Greetings, gamers. How's everybody doing this fine Saturday? Welcome to another special live stream from the Misfit Gamers Studios. I am your host, Vortex, and this is your February community stream. Today, as the community has voted via Discord, we are going to be doing Subletting Subclasses. This will be episode number 2 of this series, so we're really excited that y'all wanted to see this because we really wanted the series to kick off. So we're really excited to do this one today. We are going to be doing a fun one. This one that's probably going to challenge us quite a bit. So we are taking the Rune Knight, a fighter subclass, and we are going to transform that into a Warlock subclass. Really interested to see where we go with this. I know nothing about the Rune Knight, and I have done no prior research. So I'm going into this completely blind, but we are going to see how well we can do and how well we can transition it. So join us today as we have a lot of fun. I'm really excited, and let's see what we can do with this. Excuse me. All right, so what do you know of the Rune Knight before we get started? I don't know if you've looked into it previously to this. I know absolutely zero. So I assume magic based because runes.
Yes, it's very interesting. Especially because it's a fighter, and yes, it's magic. Like, you get to do things. I swear there's like certain runes that can like increase and decrease your size, that can like do different things potentially to your weapons. I've never actually got to DM for somebody who chose Rune Knight, but I do remember looking over it a couple of times when people were doing like character creation and trying to figure out what they wanted to do. You can enhance your gear, learn 2 runes of your choice. Interesting.
So I don't see Rune Knight in the player's handbook of 2024, so we're gonna have to use 14.
Rune Knight came from Tasha's Cauldron of Everything.
Okay, so we'll probably get an updated one when we get a 24 Tasha's, but as of right now, we'll have to use 5e14. So keep that in mind, everybody, when you're watching this. We are using 5e14 rule sets because we don't have anything to base that on. I'm pulling up the Rune Knight subclass on D&D Wiki, as well as well, what I should do is probably just for reference, pull fighter and Warlock. Excuse me. Oh. And maybe what we'll have to do is figure out, I don't know if you know anything about Warlocks, but maybe as we read the Rune Knight, if there's a similar Warlock that we know of, we can kind of use that as also reference.
Contrast to compare. Okay.
All right. So quick little rundown. We all pretty much know fighter. I think we've done a couple fighter subclasses on here.
Definitely. Very much so.
Really kind of just, I should wait. Hang on one second. I'd say that like one like dry patch, just whatever like dries out your throat in one tiny little spot. It's like, I'm fine, I can breathe, but there's just like something that irritates me.
It's just like, trying to get it out, and I'm like, where's it coming from?
Oh, thank God for that mute button. I'll survive this. All right, so we know. Let's go here. Quick little rundown. So from the fighter, quickly understanding how the fighter breaks down. You know, you're gonna get your fighting style, you're gonna get your action surge, which gives you basically usually a free attack or know another big action. Your martial archetype, which is your subclass. Now the fighting style, what's specific to the fighting style again?
Fighting style, you get to choose like what type of lightweight fighting style you want to have, whether you want to be get advantages for dueling, get advantages for dual wielding, get advantages for being an archer.
It's the combination of weapons or not weapons.
Sure, or there's one called blind fighting where you literally get blind sense, right? Gotcha. There's lots of different things, but it's usually just like the style of combat you're gonna approach being a fighter with.
All right, and then you get your ability scores, your extra attack, which, you know, that's kind of like the mainstay at that point. You get 2 extra attacks, you get more action surges, you get your Indomitable, which is really important as well. And then all the way up to your extra attack. So realistically, we're just looking at, from the fighter perspective, Jesus Christ, hang on. So from the fighter perspective, the core class is obviously focusing on domination on the battlefield.
Yeah. Attacks, hit things a lot.
Gotcha.
Be scary with it.
So when we look at the Rune Knight subclass, we're looking at it from that point of view. Because I'm gonna step out of it, but you entertain the folk while I go figure out what the hell is going on.
No, take care of your business. So here is what I'm thinking. You know, fighter is very much, hey, I'm running around. I gotta hit things. I gotta break things. Let me go over the very basics of Rune Knights. On 3rd level, you get the ability to touch 2 items. And it says you could touch a number of objects equal to the number of runes you know. And at 3rd level, you start off only knowing 2 runes. You could inscribe different rune onto each one of these objects. To be eligible to be an object, it must be a weapon, a suit of armor, a shield, or a piece of jewelry. So you can only do it on specific things that you can wear that you would normally be able to like get benefits from, like a bracelet or a necklace or a ring or something like that. Your rune remains on the object until you finish a long rest, and an object can bear only 1 rune at a time.
Oh, are you already getting to the rune?
No, I'm just talking about what the base ability is for the Rune Knight, just so we can get an idea.
Okay, I wasn't gonna get there yet, but okay,
I apologize.
To Rune Knight then. So where were you at?
Just the first one, the Rune Carver, just being able to touch an object, and it can bear one of your runes.
Okay. I'm gonna have to catch up to you because I have no idea where we're at now. So let me just read this so I know where we're at.
No, apologies.
No, it's cool. I wasn't able to pay attention. So
no, that's fair. That's fair.
Okay, so we left off when I left the room talking about just the base idea for like.
Yeah, we were talking about specifically what fighters are and what they do on the battlefield, like how they're basically going to be interacting with things. And I was trying to relate it to like how they do that better with this. But that's basically where we left off, is we were talking about, hey, what do we want here? What do we want with what can I do here on the battlefield? How am I going to be contributing?
Yeah, because it seems like, you know, with a lot of the extra attack, right? It's not just extra actions, because, you know, action surge.
Yes.
With that one, it's obviously giving you more opportunities on the battlefield, but really the mainstay here is being able to do extra damage and just dominate. Not just, obviously, you know, you think of the fighter, you think of the attackers as being offensive, but this is really the like aggressive offensive, right? Not like tanky, but this is the one that's dishing out a lot of that damage and trying to control the battlefield there. So, you know, we've talked before about how classes are just more than a choice and just more of a set of mechanics, right? It's part of the person, right? Like, usually you wouldn't be a fighter if you are, you know, not necessarily saying that you have to want to do combat, but you're not going to be a fighter with someone who doesn't want to work out, who doesn't want to be in physical shape, right? It doesn't really align with the mindset that you would be someone so prevalent in physical activity, but not be physical, right? So there's some characteristics that you would expect from someone who goes fighter. Just like, again, you wouldn't choose a wizard, but be someone who's like, I hate reading books. Like, that doesn't really align. Then go be a sorcerer, right? Like, it doesn't align with what you would expect, right? So the class is a little bit more in the background. And when we look into the subclasses, right, I always like to look at it from the point of view of the core class gives some representation of aspects you can imagine from a character, right? So you're going to get a lot of attacks, you're going to get a lot of actions, you're thinking, you know, somewhat physically fit. You're thinking, you know, battle-minded, not necessarily aggressive. Doesn't necessarily have to mean like you just want to punch everybody.
Sure.
But it does mean that when hands are being thrown, you're going to throw more hands. Like, you know, similar to a monk. It's like,
Yeah.
like, you know, again, the fighter and the monk are so akin sometimes because both can be aggressive, but both play very well with the pacifist mindset of I'm a pacifist, but if you do push me, I'll pacifist through your face. I'm just saying, and I can
Right.
do it like 5 times. So it's like, that's that, you know,
Yes.
but the fighter tends to be the more aggressively played one because typically those that want to play the more pacifist or the
Because I would
mindful route
say
is the monk.
you have opportunities with a fighter that you don't with a monk, because these are full attacks, and you can use a great sword with these attacks. Like if I get 6 attacks, like you're as a monk, you're not using 6 attacks with a great sword.
You're just cleaving
It's
that
not
thing.
gonna but with this you could do some guts style stuff with that.
Like
Like
thinking like anime level moves, right? So you have to kind of keep in mind, like when I think of like choosing a class, it's more than just what it gives you. It also kind of represents a part of you, like a part of what your character is. It may be part of your personality, or it might be part of your upbringing, your background. It's just, I like to think of classes as what got me here, right? So the core class kind of is more about what's being brought out of your person. Like think about like someone who joins the military, like us. Joining the military takes something to do, right? It's not just something that anybody can or will do.
very much so.
There is something that a person needs to have inside of them to be able to do that. And I'm not saying that in an egotistical way. It's just there is something, whatever you want to call it, that you need to have to be able to do something to that level and to sign yourself away with that.
I would agree. I'd say the same thing along the lines of somebody like working in the ER. Because like you gotta be a certain type of person to be able to like experience what a lot of these people experience on a
EMTs,
regular
first
basis.
responders, anything like that. It takes something. It takes a spark of a something that is not standard, right? It is not standard for every single person to run into a burning building, run into a gunfire. These are just, run into a room full of blood. Like these are things, the average person may or may not have able to, to pull themselves to do. So that's why I kind of look at like the core class is that aspect of the character. It's the core part is what is the spark inside of you, because the subclass is more of what you do with that spark. That's how. So if you guys want to understand like how I look at 5th edition, this is basically how I incorporate 5th edition into High Point. Like I've told you all before, High Point's primarily 2nd edition based in Forgotten Realms, but the idea is that I pull aspects from everything. So people can absolutely take these builds. It won't work like this, it won't level up like this, but you will get all of this in the High Point variant.
Sure.
But this is how I think about it, is when you look at building your characters, when you choose this class, I kind of look at it as this is the spark that's inside of you. The subclass is what is that going to motivate you to do it? Right. And the subclass is also contextual. This is part of you. This is just what's ingrained in you. You were born with this part inside of you. The subclass is what's around you that affects you. Like we talked about the Rune Knight last time. Or not the Rune Knight, we talked about the Echo Knight.
Yes.
And the Echo Knight had this kind of lore about being able to understand like pulling, from another dimension.
Yes.
And
yes.
Again, the hard reality of that is you're telling me that every single person that ever comes across that mindset in all of existence
only thought of executing it one way,
or only people with this spark were able to do that. Like that's where I like sometimes it makes sense. Like wizard subclasses kind of make sense. Like
sure.
But sometimes you have to be like, but anybody could have touched those alternate worlds. And so if someone with a rogue persuasion who didn't want to be a fighter but still could touch those potentials, what would they do with it, right? So again, that's what a subclass is. It's what do you do with that spark? So I like the idea that this spark is someone who is battle-minded, who wants to be able to, control things when needed. Doesn't necessarily mean aggressive, but dominating on a battlefield mindset, right? Do we want to compare that to a Warlock now, or do we want to go to the subclass first? Do we want to get the cores dialed in so we kind of understand?
I think that's a good idea.
Okay.
Getting the core of the Warlock.
So Warlocks, we're looking at, we have the otherworldly patron, so that's just the onset of the deal. I'm going to make a deal with you. Actually, we have to do a quick tangent here. Because this is actually something that popped up on TikTok that I wanted to bring, because I really want your insight in chat. Chime in if you have any ideas, because when it comes to warlocks, there was a couple debates going on in some comment sections that I found really intriguing.
Okay.
Because this is the first time that I've seen the greater community actually ask the right questions. And I don't necessarily mean that as an insult. It's just a lot of the times the community tends to argue about the same, like that video that I shared on Discord. We've been arguing about the same shit for 50 years.
Sure. Yeah.
But once in a while, somebody asks the right questions, right? And you're just
Yes.
like, damn, that's finally, we're actually having a juicy conversation, not just talking about the same shit. And the topic got brought up on how the power dynamic works with warlocks and their pact patron, because there's been conversations about the relationship, how often they should interact, if they can help, you know, there's, or if it's just a, hey, you know, that's just the flavor of the week, that's how you have magic, right? There's been discussions about that, but the discussions that I saw recently, which got me really excited, were about whether or not the power feed is a continuous feed similar to a warlock, or I mean, similar to a cleric with their deity, or a paladin to their oath, or is it a one-time deal? As in, I make this deal with you, you unlock the potential in me, and I walk away, and I'm not tied to you outside of the deal we make. Meaning, if I break the deal, I still have power. Because it's coming up to the idea of what happens when there was a TikTok about what happens when warlocks break their pact.
Yes.
And
I do remember
it's so
that.
funny. We've had this conversation, and I'm actually going to respond to that one because we've had this conversation about walking the path of the pact breaker, right? And I have things about that in High Point, and I found this conversation interesting because I've had this very struggle on, you know, in High Point, if you have like a paladin or a cleric of a deity and they break it, that power's severed, right? Like, you fucked. You gotta atone for it or find another source, otherwise you don't have that power anymore. But whereas a warlock, I've had to like struggle with that, and because I don't necessarily think it is I think sometimes on a very rare occasion I would let it be a direct feed, but more often than not it is a direct deal. It is a deal that is a handoff. You agree to do something for me, and what I do for you is unlock this power for you. On a rare occasion, if the situation narrative is right, it would be a direct feed. But
let me ask you this, because there is some warlock. Now, granted, these are like subclasses, but the subclasses are theoretically different patrons. Like even the homebrew that we received, Unicron was the patron.
Yes.
So the idea is when these things that they unlock in you are so tied to what the patron is, are we saying that I have unlocked, like I put a seed of myself in you?
You're asking all the right questions. Yes. So do you want the High Point answer, or do you want like the D&D answer?
Well, I mean, I'm assuming it's a debate because there's not an answer, but
well, in the D&D aspect, if you really look at how it's always been written in the book, it's similar. It's basically definitive, as in, if you really whether you look at it as raw with lore or even just straight out rules as written, it leans into the fact that warlocks have their own source of power. They are not tied. There is no verbiage that directly ties a warlock to the need of their patron. It's just that their patron's responsible for why they have their power. But unlike how they've always described clerics, right, of a deity, that's a funnel. That deity has
you're using your god's power, not yours.
The god is deciding to have it, but the deal is not connecting you to the deity. Remember, these aren't deities. These patrons are just powerful beings. So what they can do is give you power, like just give you like literally like imagine power as like how in DBZ, like you can gift like literally just energy to somebody. Or like how Guru or Super Kami Guru unlocks all their power on Planet Namek. Remember? When the big dude, I forget his actual name, but when he actually unlocks all of their power, right? Think about that as like, imagine making a deal with him where he unlocks that power for you and you'll go do something for him. Now imagine if you don't do that thing for him. You're not tied in any linkage. He can't remove what he's done, right? He can't undo anything. But there are consequences, like, right?
What's it called? Jujutsu Kaisen, the dude eats the finger of whatever Sukuna, right? Like I almost look at like I've like taken a piece of this thing, like accomplished some sort of ritual, like say it was Ukatoa or something like that, and you have these tentacle powers. Like I did,
but it's severed from them, right?
Yes.
So that's
it's
how I've always
something that's been done to me.
So this is how I decided to work it with warlocks. Is I don't think warlocks should be immediately cut from their power. Similar though, but differently, like clerics of deities, paladins of deities, and even paladins of oaths. I do believe that all of them should immediately lose their power because their power directly links to a source, right? Their power is to the oath. Like the oath is what drew in the power to allow them
like
to
a
do
mantle.
it. Right. Or a deity, right? Those two things are funneling it. If you break those contracts, the power's gone because you were no longer living up to the minimum standard that power requires. Whereas a warlock is now basically, in my opinion, like a aftermarket sorcerer after the deal. But here's my way of balancing it: is the warlock still is needing the patrons, like it is a one-time deal, as in I unlock the potential, but you're not naturally a sorcerer, right? So you still need to be fed. So here's how
you can't grow.
So here's how I work warlocks. You break a pact. You don't lose your ability to do magic, but what you lose is your pool. So the pact basically gives you magic power, but you're not a real wizard. You're not a real sorcerer. You don't have a natural way to fuel it. So the pact is, hey, I'll unlock the ability for you to do magic, and you have this unlimited pool of magic over here. Look at all this. You can just pull anytime you need it. You got it. But you break the pact. All I can do is sever the pool. So you still have all the magic, but now where does it feed from? Not from me. So the way I look at it is when a warlock breaks their pact, you're still a warlock. You still have all that magic, but a couple things happen. One, you can no longer advance in that class. So from that point, you better hope that you're not at least level 17, because you hope that you can start, you better basically change your, dual class at that point. And if you're above 17, you kind of fucked yourself because you can't even get into the subclass. But let's say, you break it at level 10, you're basically locked at a warlock level 10, but then you can go start being a wizard or a fighter or something, and now you're a dual class. But here's how I also balance it. Not only can you not advance as a warlock, but you lose permanent HP equal to twice the level of the spell cast, minimum of 1, meaning even cantrips that you had as a warlock will cost you at least 1 permanent HP. And this cannot be reversed until you either atone or find a new patron. Basically, you have to find a new reservoir of power to replenish it. So you still have all your abilities. You could reclass out and be something else. So you're not stopped from using your power, but you better fucking have a good reason, because you don't have the actual ability to cast magic. You don't have the ability to pull magic from the environment. You're not a well of magical energy like a sorcerer is. You can't pull magic like a wizard can from around the area. You grab magic from music. You can't alter the weave. Your magic was, you were able to do magic, but your reservoir was your patron. That's in my way what the patron allowed you to do. Kind of like making a deal with the Fae. They give you access to the Feywild. They can't do anything to you, but they can cut your access off.
Interesting.
So that's how I deal with it. That's what I want to answer the TikTok thing is I think that yes, anything that has a source direct should be cut off. But when it comes to a warlock, it's a weird, unique situation of you were given the ability to do magic, so that doesn't go away. But where you pull magic from is what's being allowed.
I would probably do something very similar. I would probably, because I really, really do like this idea of it being something that's done to you and not necessarily something that you're getting constantly fed like clerics. But I would probably do something to the effect of when you sever your deal with, or you break your deal with your patron. I like the idea of your well going away. I'd probably still let you have cantrips.
I mean, you could even say that your well isn't like another source. You could just say that every long rest, your deity or your patron replenishes you, and that's what he took.
It's actually short rest for Warlock,
yeah,
which is wild. But
because I feel like taking away the Warlock's ability to do magic doesn't make sense.
I kind of like the idea of taking away permanent HP for spells that are cast. So what I'd say is like, whatever spell slots you had available when you broke it, you still have those.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. You're still limited to how they cast.
No, but I mean is like, okay, so if I have 5 spell slots left and I break my pact, I still have 5 spell slots. But once I use those up, taking a short rest isn't going to get me any back.
Oh, from there, it's
from
HP.
That on, I'm not going to get any new spell slots ever available to me. And if I want to cast something, I have to eat into my permanent HP.
Okay, so
in
I
order
will
to
say
do so.
that works perfect for 5th edition because of spell slots. I don't use spell slots,
sure.
So mine would have just gone straight to HP, but I like that.
Yes, and I'll let you be able to keep casting cantrips. But if you're 10th level and literally the only thing you can do is cast cantrips, because if you eat any more into your spell slots, you're gonna die.
Yeah.
Like that's
really... and you would give cantrips for free. You would allow cantrips.
I would allow cantrips for free.
Okay, I mean, and that doesn't sound too bad, but
because you're gonna want to, like you said, find a new patron or multi-class into something. And even if you multi-class into another spellcasting class, that's fine because you can use their spell slots. You can use where they get their energy from to cast your Warlock spells.
Or maybe not. Maybe that's the limitation. Is
I mean, I would say, especially with the way you described it, if it's just a well of magic that I am no longer connected to,
I mean,
if I can find another well of magic, I feel like I'm totally down to let you.
That's fair, unless you feel like there's a need for them to be sourced by different magic. That's fair. I get that.
But I will say, like you said, you're never going to be able to progress in that way, which is really strange to me, because it's like, okay, say you did find another patron. What would happen to their abilities? Is that patron, whatever that patron does for you, when you start leveling up again, am I going to get new abilities that are related to this patron, or are the abilities that I'm going to get going to be the same abilities I would have had otherwise?
So in 5th edition, it would probably be... It probably wouldn't be changing subclasses. You would probably just continue with the subclass you chose. In High Point, depending upon the patron, you'd probably get different powers.
I will say this exact scenario happened in Critical Role, which is in the 5th edition world.
Of course,
of course it did. But the way that they handled it was the person lost like the majority of, they had no more spell slots. They just had like some super basic ability. Actually, no, I think they could do literally nothing. They were just a regular dude again.
Right, just completely lost all their magic ability.
They just completely lost it. But I think that had a lot more to do with like the lore of their world, because there was this thing in his chest that like came out of him or whatever. That
comes down to a lot different.
But when he did make a new pact with a new patron, he got like everything he was able to do at that new, he still theoretically had his level. He had all of the abilities of a patron, of a warlock of that new deity at that point. So they just like got all of their abilities and they just started on with a new subclass, basically.
I mean, I guess that sounds like it would make it easier and better for the lore that they were telling.
Sure. So I don't know what like if there's like a ruling on that anywhere, but
I don't think so. They tend to just kind of do what we do, go with it more of the narrative than the core. So what's going on, Farland? I'm not quite sure what you mean. Are you talking about if the patron broke the pact first, and not the warlock, and they try to take back, like, they try to go back on their deal? If that's what you're saying, and I'm not sure who Marut is. I'm not, off the top of my head, that name does not ring a bell. I'm assuming that is a deity that
maybe it's like Crowley. Maybe it's their version of Crowley.
Oh, just kind of like the
deity of
enforcer of divine contracts. Oh, Oh, a Marut is it? Oh, interesting.
So it's I think the question is if
the
your
Warlock
Warlock patron was like, I want to take back the powers that I gave you. First of all, the way you and I just described getting powers, I don't think they could. Because like you said, they're just unlocking something in someone. Now, if it was more like the cleric style thing where you get power because you're connected to me and they're my powers that you're just using, then I would say possibly maybe. But
oh, interesting. I have something like this. I just don't use Marut, but that's interesting. All right, so yeah, so they're basically the D&D version of when you cheat death or something. They're the ones that come after you to ensure that things are settled. I have versions of that, but I didn't call them Maruts, and I didn't realize that those were there. First time chatter. Would the wording affect things like Dark One's Own Luck from Fiend says you can call on your patron to alter fate in your favor. But Archfey, for example, has the wording begin at 10th level. Your patron teaches you. They could choose not to respond in theory to the luck one, but they can't unteach you something. And I think that's what we were saying, Gore, is the idea is patrons don't directly feed you, but they are aware of you and can respond to you. So instead of it being that if you were to break the pact, you just completely lose all sense of magic, that's already part of the deal. That's just already over, right? It's kind of like if you made a deal with someone and they gave you cash and you broke the deal. They can't just suddenly magically take the cash back from you, right?
For clarification, I think what is being said here is there is a specific feature that you get as a warlock, but the wording is different depending on the subclass that you have. And because the wording is different, it feels like the DM could treat it differently in game.
Oh, absolutely. I think everyone, I mean, I usually treat things based on their wording, right? So so in this particular case, right, if it's you can call on your patron versus your patron teaches you, right? I get that, where after you gain the ability to call on your patron and you break the pact, they're not going to respond. However, by level 10, once your patron teaches you something and you break the pact, you're not going to unlearn it. So some patrons might be worse off. Like certain ones might actually be worse to break than others.
Because this is not even breaking. This is just theoretically, this means that one of them is more valuable than the other, because an in-game way, because you could say that you as a DM could say, you beckon your patron to come do you a favor,
right? And
your patron says no, or your patron's busy. Correct. Or maybe you have whatever.
But once you've been taught, that's it. Like you can't.
One's going to go off all the time, and one could go off or could not go off.
Got it.
Like, even if you don't break your pact, that's still very possible. And so it feels like, specifically with 5th edition, because they want everything to be very balanced and equal across the board. I wouldn't say the intent on their side was to make one more powerful than the other, but the way it's articulated,
I get you.
There.
And I think you're right. I think in terms of how it was written, that sounds very much like 5th edition wording in terms of trying to make it fluffy. It sounds like they're just trying to make it not sound robotic. Sure. But we also know that 5th edition isn't as a stickler for wording like we are, like I am, and like older editions are. So to answer the question, would wording affect things? Absolutely. In my game in High Point, I would 100% say the wording always matters. But in a 5th edition game, I feel like this is one of those areas that, like what Kage just said, isn't planned for, and therefore would maybe cause a little bit of a discussion at any table.
Sure.
I think if you had, like, let's say you had 2 warlocks in the party, and you had something like this, where the party's situation was going to be like, hey, you're going to, defy your god, and you two are going to defy your patrons, and you guys are going to become pact breakers, right? That may be a point of like, wait a second, what does that mean? Like, we're both the same level, but suddenly I've lost a power, but he gets to keep his. That's when that discussion would happen with the DM, right? And I don't necessarily think there's an easy way around that, because 5th edition at its core doesn't care about the verbiage, but verbiage does matter.
Yeah, so I will say they they spend a lot of time on verbiage when it comes to certain things, but I think they only do that because they know people are going to argue about it eventually,
Right.
You know, and so they're trying to get ahead of that because they're gonna have all these people coming to them with questions.
When I say verbiages, they're really good at explaining when they are intentful, but things like this, I think they overlook. I don't think they thought, hey, because we said this, it's obvious it means this. I think these quotes like these are their idea of being creative and being narratively, like I don't say lofty. What's the word I'm trying to, use? Like, they're trying to make it look better. They're trying to make it sound nice. But a lot of the times, these are not the moments I think they went out of their way to be like, this is how we're going to explain, right? Usually, they're really good at saying, this is how it works, ABC. So that's my interpretation of 5th edition, is why I say, at its core, the words don't always matter in these cases, because when it matters, they're gonna tell you this is how it works.
Yeah,
that's in my interpretation. But I also come from 2nd edition, which everything is left for interpretation, and it's literally like a kind of this, if you want. That's kind of how I've always read anything before 3rd edition. Always felt like it was written with a, this is the idea. If maybe like, yeah, maybe-ish. 5e never planned for players to lose levels. Well, I mean, that's absolutely 100% true too. Basically, since 3.5, level loss has basically not been a thing, and in fact, that's a huge dichotomy with the community. The concept of level loss is a big disruptor. A lot of people think that that's what made older editions dumb and impossible, and I love it. I can't tell you how many times I lost levels, and the fucking dynamic of the game is so much fun. I'm one of those rare people who I like low level gaming because it brings out more of the creativity. It's not just relying on your big heavy sword does big heavy damage, but you have to be more creative in the tools that you have and solving things. But so it's losing levels at some points just forces you to be slightly more creative and defensive and a little bit more tactical instead of just I'm just gonna run through here because I can. Now you have to be well, I took a step back or two. Hold on. I gotta plan out my swings a little bit more. So yeah, I mean, I think it's a great thing when implemented correctly, but in 5th edition, it would absolutely break the game. And I mean that in terms of not mechanically, but I feel like the way that the majority of people play it, it would literally break a lot of parties up, and it would really make a lot of players not feel great. Because again, how would you feel at level 12, level 13 when everyone just got some fresh things and you go back to level 10?
I think the idea of parties not being the same level because there is such a difference in level when it comes to gameplay in 5th edition. You could be a level 5 wizard with a level 7 fighter in 2nd or 1st edition, and that's totally fine. Yeah, you're still designed that way. You're still contributing a significant amount as a level 5 wizard, even when a 7th level fighter is over here also contributing in their own way. Those level disparages were way more acceptable back then, and leveling up was different. And when you're out here in 5th edition and somebody's level 5 and you're only level 3, it feels like a big difference.
Oh yeah.
It feels like it feels like there's no way I should be in this party. They're freaking Superman and I'm Mighty Mouse.
And to balance that fight out, you're either making it way too easy for the higher levels or impossible for the lower level, right?
Yeah.
And that's why I really don't mind the older editions on being multiple levels, because for me it's a lot more fun being dynamic in the combat too. I've had battles where I've had one player be level 10, another player have a level 5, have a level 3 NPC. And just try to deal with that, because you have one person that can heavy hit, but that doesn't mean that the other people are just going to sit back and be useless. They need to also be part of the combat, right? The other person can't just one-shot everything, but these all, so it's a fun dynamic of understanding how you need to be defensive with some players and kind of treat them all like glass cannons, but at the same time, they can still stand on their own for a short bit. So I like the diversity, but 5th edition isn't built for it. I think that's just the standard. But yeah,
I don't disagree.
I wanted to just go on that tangent because we started talking about Warlock and stuff, and it reminded me that there was this big conversation, and I loved that question that people were really questioning, like,
No, that's
how
a
does
very,
a Warlock,
very good question.
how does a Warlock pack work? When you make that deal and you walk away, you know, are you tied to that patron, or does that patron just show up and do more things for you once in a while? Versus a deity who is absolutely saying that you're my funnel. I am feeding you power directly and it's my choice, right? It's that fundamental aspect of like, so how do you suffer, or how do you deal with the Warlock who breaks their deal? What actually happens?
Right.
So yeah, I like the idea of they don't lose their powers, but it costs them to cast them because they no longer have a benefactor.
I definitely like that.
You know, it's kind of like saying that, you know, you could be hired and basically have all your bills paid, right? But now all of a sudden, you know, your money's cut off. So you can still do all the things that you were taught how to do, right? You can still do all the business things.
Sure.
But you don't have the, you know, the free credit card anymore. You have to use your own bank account. So you have to be much more mindful about how you can recoup that. It takes a very good DM, a good party, and a lot of communication at separate levels. I think in 5th edition, it takes all of that and a whole lot of luck. But I do agree that in earlier editions, that combination would absolutely make for a good gaming table. Reminds me of the day before, since clerics are just a funnel for their deity's powers, does their channeled divinity bypass anti-magic field? So that's actually a really fun debate. Because it depends on channel divinity. So does channel divinity work through anti-magic field? And that's a fun question on how do you define magic?
Which ability is channel?
Because depending upon certain contexts and certain situations, divine magic is different, but it also depends on how it's being represented, right? Like, anti-magic field will not stop a god, but a cleric isn't necessarily using god level power. They are being allowed to funnel a mortal amount of power from their god to do things that they were allowed to do, such as, you know, do their powers, right? So while technically divine magic shouldn't be stopped by anti-magic field, it depends on the fact that it's coming from a mortal conduit and it's coming from a mortal sense of magic.
So I agree with that, but I think that I would say that's why your spell slots don't work. But doing something like channel divinity.
Oh yeah, we were talking about channel divinity. I was just talking about clerical magic. I think most clerical magic would be stopped. Channel divinity is different though, because channel divinity is your god basically speaking through you, and he don't give a fuck about anti-magic shield. So in 5th edition, that might be a little bit more rough for DMs, but in my opinion, like, yes, in High Point,
I mean, I don't think channel divinities are ever going to be, specifically in 5th edition, like so crazy.
Yeah, it's not like literally divine intervention.
It's not going to do anything. It's not really, although I think divine intervention would also work.
Oh, 100%. Divine intervention will bypass anything mortal. Like, again, in High Point, it really kind of comes down to the conduit. If it's just, my first point was just saying, like, if a cleric is just trying to do their normal cleric spells, even though it's coming from their god, it's still mortal magic. But something like channel divinity or divine intervention, or anything that the god is directly deciding to do, if the god so wishes, they can pump their actual magic through and just be like, I don't care about your mortal shield.
Sure.
That just doesn't typically happen though, at least in High Point. The reason why that doesn't happen often is simply because
what level is anti-magic shield? Or is it field?
Anti-magic shield, or no, it is anti-magic field. I want to say 4. Do I have that right?
8th.
Oh, it's 8th. Wow, that's way higher.
10-foot radius invisible sphere of anti-magic surrounds you.
Interesting. 8th
Wow.
level, yeah. So I would say that in those particular cases, I like to rule it that, you know, again, the reason why it doesn't happen often, because again, any god could then just decide that all their clerics, you know, blow through mortal magic. But
Sure.
the reason that doesn't happen is because that's a little bit pushing the boundaries of direct interference. Like, the whole kind of deal with deities is, if we can just come down and do our shit, why aren't we just fighting each other?
I also feel like doing things like channel divinity and divine intervention requires their god's attention.
Yes.
And so if they're trying to say anytime any one of my clerics casts a spell, you have my attention.
Exactly.
That's going to be
No, it's
unrealistic.
No, that's 100% what I think too. And again, you know, the idea is like, if I just allow everyone to be able to do it, that's my choice as the deity, right? That means I'm inflicting my will on the mortal plane. Whereas if I'm giving certain one of my very trusted people to follow my directives, and they so happen to decide that they need a little bit of an extra push, well, I'm not making that decision. I'm allowing them to make that, you know, like it's the truth behind basically being like, well, I didn't make that decision. The guy I hired made that decision. So let me just punish him. And it wasn't my fault. And that's how you can get away with doing things with direct interference, right? Like that's how gods get away with it. That's why they have instruments. It's because if I make it, you know, if I have a church and I make sure that church really makes sure that, you know, when these people grow up, they want to become paladins, and these paladins really believe in my beliefs, and I basically brainwash them into wanting to go do something, and I put them in the right situation, well, of course they're going to ask for more power, but I didn't make that decision. They did. So let's just realize that this was a mortal mistake, right? Sure. I didn't break any rules, guys. I didn't break any rules. My mortals did. Let's understand. And that's
wild.
A fun part is like, that's a lot of like the god gameplay that I like, that like if players ever get to that point, that's a lot of what it is just how do you handle other gods when you can't do certain things directly?
Sure.
How do you indirectly do things, good or bad? Because again, sometimes you want to help people out, but how do you do that?
Yeah.
It's like you can't directly like imagine it's like, okay, I want to help you out, but again, I can't just like I don't, you know, maybe I have a buddy over here who doesn't really like you, but I want to help you out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe I find out that you have a certain area that, you know, you mostly influence in the mortal area, but maybe there's like a small little patch that needs some help, and that's what they're, you know, someone's going to exploit from you. I could say, give some of my paladins some dreams and make them go on a holy quest to bless a certain part of the land. And oh, that land just happens to be right next to the land that you need protected. And now that my knights are there, no one's gonna, you know, butt up against that land because they're gonna be there, you know, with my area. No one's gonna mess with me. And so you have all of the freedom to butt right up against me and take, you know, and grow your area in safety.
Sure.
And oh, wait, when we happen to like butt up, my paladins don't care about you. Your paladins don't care about me. We don't cross our lines. I mean, wait, I didn't make that decision. We're not allies, buddy. Don't worry about it. My paladins are just cleansing an area that I needed them to cleanse. Don't worry about it. We're not friends though. Again, it's that how do you do things without doing things?
Exactly.
It's kind of like the lawyer concept of it's not about what you know, it's about what you can prove.
Fair enough.
You can lie directly to another god's face, and they know that you're lying, and you know that they know that you're lying. But if they have no proof, or if what you can show is like, look, are my paladins right next to his? Sure. Are they helping each other? No. And did I send them into his area? No, I sent them over here to do a different job. Tell me, how does this, that helps me, how did I do that for him? You know what I mean? Like, it's that whole thing of, you know, I know, everyone knows what I'm doing. But as long as I can prove how I did it, I'm not interfering with you. I'm not helping or hindering, you know what I mean? Like, that's what I love about like the god level play is it goes beyond just normal gameplay and it just becomes more about, can you outthink each other?
It's interesting. I just started rewatching this anime called That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that one.
It's pretty decent. It's one of those animes that they got just way too many characters, but whatever, it's fine. But they have a lot of this kind of like higher level gameplay, like where there are like demon lords all like scheming against each other, and they've got like this table of like demon lord council, and they're like, hey, we've all agreed not to interfere with each other, but everybody's interfering with each other, but just in ways that like, you know, I got these like secret spies over here that are doing stuff. What are you talking about? I don't know those secret spies. Like, yeah, all this extra shit. Like it's very wild.
And that's the beauty of it, right? That's the stuff that I like to do now, because it's like I get to have players to do the lower level gameplay, and this is just what I get to do to decide how things like end up. Like, you know, if I have a player who's a cleric, I get to decide what that god's doing with whatever they're accomplishing. Sure. That's kind of like the fun little mind games I get to play, is like, how am I going to explain what's happening here? But that's been like a 45-minute delay. I think we should get back to the topic
Bringing it
of
back.
today. Bringing it back. Let's go all the way back. I might edit that out. I do need to start editing. I really need to sit down and just try to make episodes. So one of these days, I might do this one. I actually might just take this tangent out, make that try to like a mini episode, and then just do the rest of it when we're doing the subclass. So
okay, that'd be very cool.
I just need to remember to change the cameras whenever we do tangents, so that way.
Oh,
maybe I should do that. Maybe I should have a specific like scene that's just tangent cams, so that way I know when I'm editing, I can just be like, oh, that's it. I can just
that's cool.
Cut that whole thing out.
That would be actually
knowing
very cool.
It has nothing, because I changed cams, so I know that this whole section will be nothing about the topic at hand.
Sure.
All right. Behind the scenes talk. That's riveting. All right, let's get back.
Loving it.
Let's get back. Okay, so we talked about the fighter core, the idea that it wants to be dominating on the battlefield. Doesn't necessarily have to be aggressive, but basically, I'm gonna handle business if I get pushed, right?
Sure.
And we talked about how part of the aspect of the core class is it's the spark inside the character. It's what they're born with. It's the general motivations and how they've gotten to this stage and the personality. The subclass is more about how their environment has shaped them and how they're going to use that spark inside. So now that we've understood what the spark of the fighter is, let's look at the spark of the warlock. So the spark of the warlock starts with an average person needing something to an extent that they are willing to make a deal, whether this deal is for their soul, for a loved one, for a task. It doesn't really matter, but at the end of the day, they were willing to gain magical power in exchange for something, with something of unknown origin, typically of a unknown or magical origin, right? I can tell you what is going on. Wow, third was sitting there all stream. Didn't even see that. All right, and then we get the Eldritch Invocations. So this is, and then your Pact Boon. So this is all just building up to being able to cast magic, being able to, because your invocations are your first cantrips, right?
Invocations, no. Invocations are special, unique warlock abilities, kind of similar to artificers and their infusions.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Like they're like, you can cast this first level spell as a cantrip. Stuff like you can see through magical darkness with these witches' eyes.
Oh, okay. They're the unique features that will start to define you based on who you choose and everything. Gotcha. Okay.
And they're not exactly based on who you choose. There's something you do get to choose in here called your Pact Boon at level 3, which is where you decide whether you are going to have like a Pact of the Blade, where you have like a weapon that you use all the time, whether you want to be Pact of the Tome when you want to be casting spells the majority of the time, or you're going to be Pact of the Familiar, where you have a little otherworldly familiar that you can like interact with and do different things with.
So similar to like the barbarian having all of like the different like, you know, like their different packs, kind of like
I would say this is closer to the fighter's fighting style.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, so this is more of how they represent the fighting style.
How they represent the fighting style, whether you're going to use a weapon, whether you're going to use a tome, whether you're going to use a familiar, or whether you're going to use, I think there's another one.
Gotcha. And then these are the invocations.
And some of the invocations are based upon the Pact Boon that you choose. Like you can only choose this invocation if you have Pact of the Blade, or you can only choose this invocation if you have Pact of the Tome. So, but there are a lot of other ones that are just like, you can add charisma modifier to your Eldritch Blast. You can add pushing to your Eldritch Blast, pulling to your Eldritch Blast. Just different things.
Giving you the ability to do magic, and then defining how you can manipulate that magic.
Yes. Giving
you, similar to how we have like sorcerers get to do some unique things with magic.
Very much so.
This is the warlock's version of that.
Yes.
All right. And then of course you get your ability scores, otherworldly patron features. So that's going to come, I'm assuming, from your subclass.
Correct.
And
you get to choose your subclass at level 1, which makes the most sense when it comes to a warlock.
Right.
Because out the gate, you got to choose a patron.
Yeah, which makes perfect sense for this one. I wish more things would start at level 1 personally. And then it really just keeps on going. Otherworldly patron features. So a lot of this is leaning into the subclass. Really, again, it just comes down to the general concept for this core is that you were in need and you wanted to be able to do magic and you normally couldn't. So you've made this deal, you now have access to magic, and now the rest of it leans into where did you get that magic from? So I'm down with that. Because everything else, I mean, even like the Mystic Arcanum, that's what does the Mystic Arcanum do?
That's I think we were talking a little bit about that before stream.
Oh yeah, even
it's
just more,
where you get a
patron.
spell that is a higher level that you would not normally be able to cast, because you only get 5th level spells as a warlock when you max out, but you can get a single 6th level spell, a single 7th level spell, 8th level spell, and 9th level spell.
So again, the
that
core
you can
is
cast once a day.
The core spark here is I wanted to be able to do magic, and this core spark is I'm going to get stronger at doing magic. And then the subclass says, well, how did you get that magic, right? Kind of like the fighter spark. What are you doing with it? Like, what's shaping how you do this magic? Okay.
I'm curious what their capstone is. It says Eldritch Master. You can draw an inner reserve of magical, entering the patron, regain expended spell slots. Okay, so you're just getting more magic back.
So again, more power, more ability.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are going from. So the fighter, the fighter class comes from someone who wants to dominate the battlefield, or at least handle business when business needs to be handled. The warlock comes from an idea that for whatever reason they needed power / magic. Some people just want to say they just wanted power, but let's face it, it's magic. So they wanted to be able to do that. So you have two people willing. So you have the similarity is that you have two people willing to do what's needed. I'm trying to understand because we're going to be morphing one to the next.
Sure.
So looking at this idea of just the core, you have two people coming from a background that are willing to do what is needed. But how do they get across that? So now let's look at the subclass of Rune Knight and really let's see what does somebody, how does this lore work and what really like makes a Rune Knight. Because I don't know anything about this. All right, so Rune Knights enhance their martial prowess using their supernatural power of runes. The supernatural power of runes, an ancient practice that originated with giants. Rune cutters can be found among any family of giants, and you likely learn your methods first or second hand from such a mystical artisan. Whether you find the giants' work carved into a hill or cave, learn from the runes of a sage, or met the giant in person, you study the giant's craft and learn how to apply magic runes to empower your equip. Interesting. Okay. So they're treating this almost similar to like wards, like warding or whatever.
Kind of like the way I envision is like you etch a rune onto a weapon, a shield or something.
That's kind of what I'm getting.
And then it does something to it. Like either enhances it, give you extra armor class, maybe it'll give you fire attacks, like who knows.
Gotcha. So I'm immediately getting this idea that, okay, so, you know, you want to, okay, well, let's learn about what the abilities do, but I'm kind of starting to get the lore of like,
I'm already thinking the giant's gonna be your patron.
Right? Or like while you and a fighter are on these cave walls and this mystic ruins and he's learning how to do it just like from the caves, right? You walk through and you get into this one magic hall and then you start like
disturb something you shouldn't have disturbed.
Yeah, and it starts speaking to you, and maybe it's the god of giants or some creature the giants worship that isn't a god, and it's like, you want this power? I taught the giants this. Let me give it to you. You know what I mean? Like sure. So we can kind of already start to see that there's lore here already baked in that they went to something somewhere to get this knowledge. That something or somewhere could have had something that spoke to a warlock, and not the fighter, because the fighter isn't here for that. They needed someone who was, you know, more of the mindset of I'm willing to give myself to know this knowledge.
Sure.
So okay. So at third level, your bonus proficiency is when you choose this archetype at third level, you gain the proficiency with the smithing tools. You learn, speak, read, and write giant. I'm definitely thinking a not necessarily the deity or a god of giants, but I'm definitely thinking like a powerful giant that became, you know, just, or an ancient creature that's also similar to giants. And so the giants are like just, you know, associated. I mean,
theoretically, Loki was a giant, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
So
half giant or something like that.
So rune carver, starting at third level, you can use magic runes to enhance your gear. You learn 2 runes of your choice. from among the runes described below, and each time you gain a level in this class, you can replace one rune you know with a different rune from this feature. When you reach certain levels in this class, you learn additional runes as shown in the rune table. So basically you get 2 at 3rd, 3 at 7th, 4 at 10th, 5 at 15th. So you get up to 5 runes.
Okay.
And at each level, you're able to swap one out. So I'm assuming that the runes get better and better as you go.
Okay. Got you.
Whenever you finish a long rest, you can touch a number of objects equal to the number of runes you know. Okay, so basically every day you can set these runes to any number of objects. And you inscribe a different rune onto each of the objects. To be eligible, an object must be a weapon, suit of armor, shield, piece of jewelry, or something else you can wear or hold in the hand.
Oh, that's interesting. So if I know 2 runes, I can't cast one rune on 2 different objects. They have to be different runes.
Yeah, 2 runes of your choice from among.
But when it said, there's a part where you.
So to be eligible, an object must be blah blah blah. Your rune remains on an object until you finish the long rest. And an object can bear only one of your runes at a time. Yeah, so 1 rune per object.
Just before you read that, it said something.
So you touch a number of objects equal to the number of runes you know.
Keep
you
reading.
Inscribe a different rune onto each object.
That line, a different rune onto each object. That means I can't have 2 swords, one for you and one for you, with the same rune on it.
Correct. Yeah, you only get one of each.
Interesting.
Which I get. I totally get that. But again, because it's not really like a magical. Interesting how they.
But like, I'm like, why theoretically could I not carve the same rune on either? Like, what? I'm curious where that limitation comes. Like, mechanically, I kind of get why you would want to say that, kind of. But even still, I'm kind of okay with it. Like, imagine I have a rune that gives you a +1 to a sword. Like,
yeah,
why can't I give 2 different people +1 to a sword?
You could say that because this is like, again, something that you're powering. Maybe it's a limitation for when you carve that rune and you've put energy into it. You can only have that one like associated to you, kind of like an
I do know it.
Kind of like attunement where it's like you've attuned to that rune, so you can't make another one equal to it.
Sure.
And then so another person could, but so 2 different people with this knowledge could obviously make a bunch of the same weapon, but you, because you're essentially branding it with yourself, maybe you can only handle one of each brand at a time. Maybe you just, you could just kind of, it's hard to say why that makes sense, but you could just say that you can only handle focusing on one of each at a time as the way that they're developed. It is kind of weird to say that though. You would think that you could just apply them.
Yeah.
Because they're just carvings, but the only way I can think of it is because you're powering it, you can only, you can only power each one individually. Like,
yeah,
they don't do a really good job at that. Okay. But mechanically, you're right. It does make sense mechanically, not very much with the lore. I would have liked them to expand on that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it has to be weapon, armor, shield, jewelry, or something that you can hold in your hand. Okay. That'll be interesting to see what we can do about that with the Warlock. And if we think that the Warlock should be able to expand that idea, but we'll get back to that. Fallen runes are available to you when you learn a rune. If a rune has a level requirement, you must be at least that level in this class to learn the rune. If the rune requires a saving throw, your rune magic save DC equals 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your constitution modifier.
Con mod. Wild. Okay.
So I'm going to kind of go through these a little bit fast, but Cloud Rune emanates deceptive magic by use of cloud giants, used by some cloud giants. Already carrying the object inscribed, you have the advantage on dexterity and charisma, so sleight of hand and deception. In addition, when you are a creature you can see within 30 feet is hit by an attack, you can use your reaction to invoke the rune, choose a different creature other than the attacker. You choose the creature becomes the target of the attack using the same roll. This magic can transfer the attack's effects regardless of the attacker's range. Once you invoke this rune, you can't do so again until you finish a short or long rest. So basically, you can just alter a target. That's kind of dope.
So you're coming to attack me. I can be like, no, now you're attacking your ally.
When you or a creature you see gets hit by an attack, you can use your reaction to say, no, you attacked him instead.
And it doesn't matter how far away they are.
Correct.
They just suffer the effects of that attack.
Using the same rolls. So they would still have to beat the AC and all of that.
Sure.
Correct, yes. You just basically be like, nope, you attacked him instead. That's kind of dope.
What's the range on that?
30 feet.
30 feet?
Yep. That's pretty dope.
I like that.
So Fire Rune, let's see, blah, blah, blah. Your proficiency bonus is doubled for any ability check that uses your proficiency with a tool. In addition,
specifically tools?
Yeah, so your proficiency bonus is doubled for any ability check you make that uses your proficiency with a tool.
That'd be great for rogues and some thieves tools.
In addition, when you hit a creature with an attack, fiery shackles takes the target takes extra 2d6 fire damage. It must exceed its strength or be restrained for a minute. While restrained, the target takes 2d6 fire damage at the start of each of its turns. The target can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns, banishing the shackles on a success. So that's fucking devastating.
So wait, one more time?
So basically, when you hit a creature with an attack, invoke the rune, and they get shackles on them. They take an extra 2d6 damage. They have to make a strength check or be restrained for a minute. And then every round, they take 2d6 fire damage at the start of their turn, and they can repeat their saving throw at the end of their turn.
Okay, so it's save ends. You get to try it every time, but it's for a minute.
For a straight minute, and 2d6 at the start of each turn.
And how many times can you do this?
Once per short or long rest.
Okay.
Devastating, though. Frost Rune.
Okay.
While wearing, you have the advantage on Wisdom, Animal Handling, and Charisma Intimidation checks. In addition, I don't like how they write that. I would prefer it to say Animal Handling, Wisdom in parentheses than Wisdom, Animal Handling. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't make any sense to say, you get an advantage on Wisdom, Animal Handling checks. Like, no, it's Animal Handling checks. It's based on Wisdom.
Yeah.
Don't tell me I had advantage on
should
Wisdom.
Be what the class is.
Because because it just basically says you have advantage on Wisdom checks. No, I have advantage on Animal Handling checks.
Only
not Wisdom checks.
Yeah.
I don't like how this, like, they don't write that correctly. So yeah, it bugs me. In addition, your bonus actions increase your sturdiness for 10 minutes. So as a bonus action, for 10 minutes, you gain a +2 to all your ability checks and saving throws that use strength and constitution. Okay, yeah. So for 10 minutes, you get strength and constitution, a +2 to say strength and constitution ability and saving.
That's crazy.
It's not bad.
Would you consider an attack a strength-based ability check? Because lightweight, I would.
No, that's an attack. That's push.
So
that's
athletics only.
Yeah,
that's the only thing you get for strength, really.
Well, I guess if you had to like grapple,
and constitution, there is no constitution ability check.
Isn't grapple a strength check?
Yeah,
something like that.
But you see.
But I'm saying, like, those are the things that you're talking about. Like again, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of options there, but like little things.
So you
like
would
that.
Consider grappling because grappling is an action, just like an attack is.
But but the defense, like you still have to roll
it's a contested check.
Yeah, that's so that would be a strength check. So you would get the +2 on a contested, or being the one to grapple or be grappled, you'd get the +2. Or again, if you're restrained, like again, the fiery ones, technically the fiery ones are a strength check.
Mm-hmm.
So again, there are strength checks out there, but that's they're limited.
But yeah.
So I would say that I don't know if I would allow that for an attack roll. I think it should say attack. The stone rune. While wearing the object, you have advantage on insight, and you have dark vision out to 120 feet. It's not too bad. When a creature you can see ends its turn within 30 feet of you, you use the reaction to force that creature to make a wisdom saving throw. Unless they save, the creature is charmed for a minute. While charmed, the creature has a speed of 0 and is incapacitated, descending into a dreamy stupor. The creature repeats the saving throw at the end of each of its turns, ending the effect on a success, and then short or long rest. So basically, that one isn't the greatest, but again, you're going to get multiple of these. So that one will be a later game kind of thing where you're basically just... These are a lot of stun options. Like, there's a lot of stunning going on in this one, right?
This is the hill rune?
The stone rune. So the stone rune allows you to basically charm someone into incapacitation. So late game, I could see that being better. I don't think that's not the first one you choose. That's definitely one you choose a little bit later down the road.
Yeah.
The hill rune. While wearing or carrying an object that bears this rune, you have the advantage on saving throws against being poisoned, and you have resistance against poison damage. That's it. I would have liked a little bit more than just poison. In addition, you can invoke it on a bonus action, gaining resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing for 1 minute. Actually, that's pretty dope. So you kind of become a barbarian for a minute.
For combat, yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Also, fun little discussion, or a fun thing that we have to talk about later, or at least for the audience to think about, is fall damage bludgeoning damage?
Yes. There was, I swear, didn't I send you a video?
Maybe. I don't know. I have a
about
hard,
werewolves
I have a
being
hard,
immune to non-magical.
I have a hard time. Like, I don't necessarily think they're the same thing. I think fall damage is not the same as bludgeoning damage.
You think fall damage is its own type of damage? Fall damage is fall damage?
Yes. And there's a reason why. A, because it's never been ever quoted as being bludgeoning. As far as I know, it's never been quoted as being bludgeoning. I may be wrong, but I've never seen it. And two,
I'll say, I think at the very least in 5th edition.
And two, all I'm saying is that B, get hit with a bat. Just get hit with a bat at full swing. And get hit with a car going 80 miles an hour. I don't think those are the same. I think that fall damage is its own because that's more about shock, right? Bludgeoning is about whether or not like a blunt force will, like a dude who's like a muscle builder, right? Like a bodybuilder.
Mm-hmm.
They could probably take and not break a bone if you throw a bat at their big ass arm, right? They have enough muscle to take that shot. But hit them with a car, and it's not that the bones will break, but the brain will smash, right? It's the internal organs. Like, I look at fall damage as trauma to the entire body. It is not the physical force of outside. It's not whether or not you could take the physical force outside is not the problem that I see. It's the fact that your entire internal organs went from terminal velocity to 0. You know what I mean? Your skin may not be damaged, but you are goo on the inside, as far as I'm concerned. To me, that's why I believe fall damage is not bludgeoning damage. Categorically. Because fundamentally, getting hit with a hammer doesn't turn your insides into liquid. But I'm pretty sure if you were, you know, if you had indestructible skin, I'm pretty sure your brain would still liquefy, you know, going from terminal velocity to 0 against your skull. That's my argument for that.
Interesting.
You don't have to agree with me because I totally get it's a mechanical thing, but again, because I have like a little bit of a physics concept, sure. I just don't think that your internals care about bludgeoning damage. I think they care about not going from 80 to 0 against your skull. Anyway, again, we're getting off topic. So I like this one, the Hill Rune one. I don't know. Do you think it should do more than poison? I mean, I know this is a core, so we can't really argue with it, but I feel like I do like the resistance, but I don't know. Immune to poison feels weak as the base thing that it does. It just feels kind of weak.
I mean,
the other ones gave you like advantage on actual saves and things that you would actually be doing, right? Like because we talked about how little poison is used. So I feel like poison is just really not like something maybe a later game thing because it's not really something you're going to like think too much about.
Well, this one is specifically 7th level or higher.
Oh, okay. So that makes sense.
But
yeah, I don't. I feel like I wouldn't mind doing a little bit more.
I don't disagree there.
The Storm Rune, you can get a glimpse of the future while wearing or carrying. You have the advantage on Arcana checks, and you can't be surprised as long as you aren't incapacitated. As a bonus action, you can enter a prophetic state for 1 minute, or until you're incapacitated. Until the state ends, when you or another creature you can see within 60 feet makes an attack roll or saving throw or an ability check, you can use your reaction to cause the roll to have advantage or disadvantage. Okay, so basically for 1 minute, you basically have battlefield control on any roll you want. For the next minute, any roll, you inflict advantage or disadvantage 1 time.
Any roll? Oh, wait, 1 time. So you can only do that.
So you enter it for 1 minute, and until it ends, when you or another creature within 60 feet makes an attack, saving throw, or an ability check, you can just say that has advantage or disadvantage 1 time. So for 1 minute, anybody who makes one of those 3 things, you're like advantage or disadvantage once.
Well, you can keep doing it over and over and over again for a minute.
Wait, so yes, so it lasts for a minute until the state ends. When you or another creature makes one of these 3, you can choose to have advantage or disadvantage. So yeah, literally, you're just sitting there being like advantage, advantage, disadvantage, advantage, disadvantage for the whole minute. But it's as a reaction, so it's only
once per turn.
Yeah, but it's still for a minute. So as long as you don't go down, and it's not concentration, so as long as you don't go down, you help in a lot. That's huge. That I totally understand why that's 7th level or higher. That would be way too devastating early on. That would make you literally walking tanks early.
That's wild. That's wild.
All right, and then we get Giant's Might. Okay, so let's back up a little bit. I think I need to check something here. Oh, there we go. I need that one actually. Boom. Hello. Oh, hi. What happened to my camera? What happened to your camera now?
Where'd I go?
All right, hang on.
Oh, that's right. I forgot you widening the camera.
Yeah. All right. There we go. So I don't know if they're going to be able to really see this.
You want to grab the box?
Yeah, we probably do. Yeah. Perfect. All right. So, real quick, what do we know already about our Rune Knight? So, we get a number of runes. So we're probably gonna get 3rd, 7th, 10th. Each long rest. When you finish a long rest, you can swap them. Yeah. So I know you all can't say that too much, but we basically have, under the Rune Knight, we have runes. When we get them, and then we can assign one each at a long rest, or one each assigned at long rest, and then they all reset at short or long rest. We don't need to write down what they all are, because we can always go through that a little bit later. Because we're going to have to kind of use these as our base, but they can do different things, right? So we'll kind of like, maybe we'll have to base the whole thing around these, or like the different types of deities you can get. All right, so Giant's Might. So at 3rd level, you've learned how to imbue yourself with the Might of Giants. As a bonus action, you magically gain the following benefits, which last for a minute. If you are smaller than large, you become large. Along with anything you're wearing, you lack the room to become large. Your size doesn't change. You have advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws. Once on each of your turns, one of your attacks with a weapon or unarmed strike can deal extra 1d6 damage to a target on a hit. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and you regain all expended in a long rest. Interesting. Okay. So, better? Yeah. So at third level, we're getting Giant's Might. So size change, strength boost, and a one-time damage boost. So how are we gonna write this? So this gives you
Doesn't one of your runes give you advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws?
yeah. So yeah. All right. So we have that. We have a advantage on strength. And a one. Okay. Cool. Interesting.
Once a turn for that whole minute, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So then we have all the way at 7, so we don't get anything until 7. So 7th level, we get a runic shield. So with Runic Shield, you learn to invoke the rune magic to protect your allies. When another creature you can see within 60 feet of you is hit by an attack roll, you can use your reaction to force the attacker to re-roll the d20 and use the new roll. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. Okay, so interesting. Okay, yeah, that's cool. So re-roll attack on it.
That could potentially remove a crit.
It absolutely could. Okay. And then we jump to 10th level. Great Stature. Terrible at writing these things fast, but that's okay. All right, so Great Stature. The magic of your rune permanently alters you. When you gain this feature, roll 3d4. You grow a number of inches in height equal to the roll. Moreover, the extra damage you deal with your giant might increases to 1d8.
I mean, you're literally growing. I mean, having a giant patron, but using giant. I'm not mad at that.
Okay. Yeah, that's. I would almost prefer, because it says, you know how like if you're not large, you can grow to large. I wouldn't have minded it saying instead of growing a couple inches, if it says if you are not large, as long as you are large, or if you are not large or taller or bigger, you grow one full size. So if you're tiny, now you're small. If you're small, you're medium. If you're medium, you're huge. Like, I wouldn't have minded it just literally increasing.
It's hard because there are rarely playable humanoid races or creatures that are size large.
Yeah, like the medium, basically.
And that can introduce significant play restrictions. Like if you're in a place that a medium creature can barely squeeze through, you're screwed.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
You know, so I get the couple inches because they don't want to necessarily put a detriment on you if that matters.
So would it be better than that when you use Giant Might, not only do you go to a 1d6, but what's bigger than large? Can you go
huge?
So what if it made you go huge instead of large? So what if it just, this great stature just went one?
I think that would be cooler than just growing a couple inches.
I think, yeah, great stature should have just doubled down on Giant Might. Instead of large, you become huge, and instead of 1d6, you do 1d8.
Yeah, was that 10th level? I'm not mad at that.
I would have totally been down for that, because
that.
you also still have advantage on your strength checks too.
Yeah,
I totally would have been much better with that one. Okay. And then Master of Rune. So at Master of Runes at level 15, you invoke each rune you know from your rune carver feature twice. You can invoke each of them twice rather than once. You regain all expended uses when you finish a short or long rest.
You essentially doubled. Wait. Does it just say you can invoke each rune twice, or does it say the number of runes you can have out?
You don't get more runes to have out. You can just use them each. Because so each one has the ability to say when you invoke this rune, as a bonus action, you increase your sturdiness for 10 minutes. Once you invoke this rune, you can't do so until a long rest. Now I can do it twice between long rests.
I thought it meant I could have 2 runes of the same type out now.
No. This just means that once you've activated a rune, you can activate it twice between each long rest.
Got it.
So rune use times 2.
Okay.
Right? I'm
okay. That's cool.
And
that's very cool.
Level 8. Runic Jugger. At 18th, you learn to amplify your rune powered transformation. As a result, the extra damage you deal with the Giant's Might feature increases to 1d10. Moreover, when you use this feature, your size increases to huge, and while you're at that size, your reach increases by 5. There it is. There it is.
So they went that way anyways.
I really would have preferred this one go one step further and make you a giant. Like actually just full on giant size.
Well, depending upon what type of giant you are, you already are giant size. Because huge is giant size. Some giants are huge. Some giants are just large. You know. But some giants are even bigger than that. I do like the fact that they increase your reach.
Oh yeah, almost absolutely necessary. All right, cool. So that is the Rune Knight. So basically, we have the idea that this person sought giant magic, literal giant's magic, and can now have learned enough to be able to imbue certain aspects. Now, granted, I can understand that maybe a fighter doesn't understand why they can only have one at a time, but someone who understands magic can understand, I guess, the idea that you can only infuse it with so much energy, and that energy can't be duplicated, right? They can only be one at a time. And this also resonates with me very well too, because with High Point at the anomaly in phase, even magic there has that same limitation. Magic doesn't work twice, or at least it will give diminishing returns every time you use it. Magic doesn't like to be reworked in phase. So I don't actually mind too much that there's this limitation. I just wish they would have had a better explanation for it.
Sure.
So when it comes to Warlock, now we have to decide. This one got 5 subclass features. But a Warlock,
let's look.
what is a Warlock to
1, 2, 3, 4. Only 4?
I think we're gonna base it off the Hexblade maybe, because I feel like the Hexblade might be at least just, yeah, only 4. Okay, so we get one at 1, 6, 10, 14, huh? Is that it?
Yeah.
Is that for all of them?
Yeah.
Okay, well let's figure it out. Okay, so Warlock. So obviously the Warlock, I'm assuming it's gonna basically have been given, like, again, we're gonna assume that the Warlock is gonna have some sort of giant patron or something akin to a giant patron that is gonna unlock this knowledge for them, right? So this one gets 3, 7, 10, 15, which is 3 of the, or 4 of the 5 subclass levels that it gets stuff in. Should the Warlock get the same number of ruins based off of this or based off of their classes? I think it should go off of their subclass list, not the subclass list. So they should get ruin upgrades at
Agreed.
1, 6, 10, 14.
Very much so. Very much so.
So
and if we want to do something like when describing the first level feature, you could say at 3rd level, at 5th level, you get this increase to this ability, just so it fills out a little bit more as you're leveling up. We could totally do that. I just feel like that'll come along as necessary, but I definitely agree with following the current Warlock template. Because you get this at 1st level, I definitely want it to feel like a 1st level ability. And because at
First off, let's kind of get an idea. Now that we understand what the runes kind of do, we have to still decide what our runes will do for a Warlock.
Mm-hmm.
But now that we kind of understand, we have at least...
I will say one thing to consider is Warlocks also get a expanded spell list. Every subclass gets an expanded spell list.
Oh, so we're gonna have to come up with those too. Okay, cool. So
that's just something to keep in mind. We'll likely eventually need to go down that road.
Okay, so we'll keep that in mind. And then down at the bottom. How many?
You get one at 1st level, 2nd level, 3rd level, 4th level, and 5th level. 5.
Okay, so yeah. We'll cover those as we go. You said, so what levels are they again?
These are just the level of spell. So whenever you unlock this level of spell, it's so let me see. So you get 1st level spells at level 1, 2nd level spells at level 3, 3rd level spells at level 5, 4th level spells at level 7, and 5th level spells at level 9, and then it stays that way forever. Not necessarily. Like it's just you can. It's an expanded spell list. So traditionally, they just allow you to choose spells from spell lists other than the Warlock spell list.
So we're not creating new spells.
It's like just the Hexblade, they get access to smites.
Oh, gotcha.
They get access to smites because Hexblade, they're doing melee damage, and they want you to be able to like smite and do things like that. So this is an expanded spell list. Like you can choose from. Now we could be like Hecate and create our own spell list that makes more sense for runes if we want to go that hardcore. But we could just pick spells that already exist that are out there.
Okay, so going back to the Warlock base then. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 6 runes you can have, but the Rune Knight only gets 5 out. Do we think the Warlock should also be capped at 5 runes when they're at their peak?
I kind of feel kind of similar to how when we sublet the Echo Knight, the way that Echoes worked for the fighter class was just like all the time.
Yes.
But the way we ended up doing it was specifically tied to their cunning action.
Correct.
So it's not like you can just do it all the time. Whenever you do a cunning action, you get an echo effect.
Correct.
I think we could do something similar here where it might not be, maybe they don't necessarily get just access to 5 runes, but like as you go through, maybe like they get like certain things happen. Maybe they can use rune, like a certain effect will happen every time they cast Eldritch Blast. Or maybe, now I don't know if we want to lean more towards, like the Hexblade subclass leans into Pact of the Blade.
Right.
But theoretically, you could be Pact of the Tome and still choose Hexblade Warlock. Theoretically, that's possible. So do we want to lean into the Tome versus the Blade versus something else? Because I think how we implement the rune might be affected by that.
Okay.
I don't know what you think.
Okay, so
because I love the augmentation of how these runes are implemented in the fighter style.
well, and I also like that each rune, like all of the runes get to do something different, right? Like I like that you're not like locked into one, like you're not just being like a storm, right?
Mhm.
You're gonna get all of them. You're gonna be able to use all of them in any combination that you want. I really want to lean into that instead of forcing the warlock down a single path.
And, okay, so according to this, theoretically, you could give all of these things to your buddies and none of them to yourself, right? There's nothing saying that you have to be the one that uses these things. The only thing that's specific to you is your Giant's Might.
Let's see. So okay, so
Although I do think the way the Warlock should work should be way more selfish. I think their runes should only work for them.
yeah, this doesn't say that the rune maker has to be the user. So definitely the fighter could
It'd be kind of like the Artificer, how they're like making gear for their buddies.
They could, yes. I mean, again, depending upon how the party works. Yeah. So let's see. So so let's look at the idea. Like the warlock, again, someone who needs power. And again, we're looking at like how you come across this stuff. So you're thinking about like, again, think about childhood buddies, right? They're going through life. They have a little bit different backgrounds, but they're both trying to solve their problem. Like one's trying to get power. One's trying to be able to stand up for, something. They're both going out, and we know that in order to get this, they have to learn from somebody how to carve these, or they have to go somewhere and get it off of an ancient inscription. But with warlocks, they're usually like gifted the knowledge. So we've talked about this actually earlier in the podcast about how that relationship works, right? So what if the deal is I give you the knowledge of these runes, and in that regard, it is like because again, if this is more of like the essence of like, of like an old giant, like shaman or something, right? Like you could be gifted that knowledge in exchange for something. Because again, when we talk about like warlocks, what are we really talking about? Someone who was given something they normally wouldn't have access to, in exchange for some sort of, like usually people don't deal with the deals, right? Like more times than not, you choose a warlock, but don't really think about what the deal means, because it's usually after I die, so I don't care kind of situation, right? But in this case, how do you justify the warlock being, because again, the Rune Knight could have just gone to some sage or found it on a wall, but the warlock has to basically make a deal for this information.
How do you feel about the warlock being able to, instead of putting runes on like weapons and stuff, they're putting it on themselves and literally augmenting themselves? Like, I don't know if that changes how runes work. If runes are
kind of
meant,
I mean, I think we're
be
kind of
for things, but like
because what we really have to go on is like this kind of tells us like what we have to kind of consider. I don't know if we want to change the fundamentals of how runes, like we know that in this particular case, runes have to like go on an object, right?
Sure.
But I don't necessarily think that a warlock would necessarily get the same benefits, right? Because they're thinking of magic differently, right?
Sure,
like,
sure.
so
But are we still thinking it goes on an object?
that's what I'm trying to struggle at, but that's where I'm trying to figure out like that's what I'm trying to get into the lore of like how are they getting this, and what is that manifesting as, right? Are they getting a number of like,
I'll say my first question would be, if it goes on an object, will they be able to put it on their packed weapon, and will they be able to put it on their packed tome?
are they going to have those?
They most definitely could, depending upon, at third level they get to choose at third level warlocks get to choose a packed boon.
That's right.
It's a warlock feature. So one of those features is a blade that they can summon as a bonus action that they are magically connected to. Another option for that is a grimoire that they have, the Pact of the Tome, right? And so these are still physical objects that you could theoretically inscribe with a rune, but they are in and of themselves magical already.
So I'd almost now say that now what I want to do then is the warlock version has to use the runes on one of their packs. Like,
then could they use it on the chain or the talisman as well?
I think they have to. Like, the idea is, depending on which one they choose, the blade, the chain, the tome, the talisman.
Okay.
I think the idea would be that the runes should, because yeah, maybe it should do that. Maybe the runes should have to be inscribed onto their thing, and depending on which rune they have, they can activate.
Would you say like they could change their rune every long rest and like use a different rune on a different day?
Well, because what I'm thinking of is they should be able to have, like, they want to be able to work up to having multiple runes on their
book,
on their thing. So it should be a combination of limiting how many runes, so how many runes you can have, kind of like the Rune Knight, mixed with, well, we can do the same thing. We can do 2, 3, 4, 5 at 1, 6, 10, 14. But again, instead of it being on different items, the Warlock would have it all on the same item, and then it would be limited to probably kind of like this says, you can use and like any number of runes equal to your like proficiency modifier or something, right? Like the idea would be that you can have all of these runes on your thing, but you do have a cap on how many times you can just either activate each one or just in general how many times. So making you more versatile.
What the rune is on won't matter. It'll do the same thing regardless. So whether it's on your sword or your tome or your bird, it's gonna do the same thing. Or are you wanting to create, hey, if this is on your familiar, it's gonna act like this. Hey, if it's on your tome, it's gonna act like this.
But that's
a lot.
That's a lot.
That
basically makes
it's
individual
cool as fuck,
tables,
but that's a lot.
And that's where like individual, yeah. So how do we make this a little bit more?
Because there's something similar for the Totem Warrior Barbarian. Every time you level up, you kind of like can add another head to your totem. You can have like the same head. Like you can choose the bear every single time and you get like a full bear or whatever the case may be. But you could start off choosing the bird, then the next one choose the bear, then the next one choose the elk, the next one. So you could like mix and match. You could do different things, but I do kind of like the idea. Like when you pick one of these, like you're saying, this is how I want to fight. I want to fight with a blade. I want to fight with a tome. I want to fight with a familiar, right? And so are we leaning into enabling you to fight with this thing that you're trying to fight with? Or because again, when you look at the subclass Hexblade, that very much leans into you fighting with a blade, you fighting with a sword. Theoretically, if you choose the subclass of Hexblade, but when you get to third level, you take the Pact Boon, unless there's something in here that I'm missing that says you have to choose Pact of the Blade, I'm pretty confident you can.
Oh, you mean in Hexblade?
Yeah, there's a subclass of Hexblade, but then there's a Pact Boon of Pact of the Blade, which are two different things. And you can theoretically choose Pact of the Chain instead of Pact of the Blade while being a Hexblade warlock.
So you can choose an action to create a Pact weapon. Your Pact weapon disappears when 5 feet. So Pact of the Blade doesn't say anything about needing Hexblade, but starting at first level, you gain the ability to place a Baleful Curse. Bonus action, choose one creature. Warrior. So technically, and the funny thing is, the Hex Blade has nothing to do with a weapon either. Like they call it a hex blade, but realistically, it actually has nothing to do with the blade. It's just the fact
if
that
you
curse.
read the second paragraph of Hex Warrior.
The influence of patron also. So yeah, so you kind of just So if you later gain Pact of the Blade feature, this benefit extends to every packed weapon, no matter the weapon's type. So yeah, that one has some synergy, but it's not required. It just has
some synergy, but it's not required.
Yeah.
But like, imagine if you take this and you get this ability whenever you attack with a weapon that lacks the two-handed property. I'm not going to be able to use that with a tome. But if I take Pact of the Tome and I also have a weapon that lacks the two-handed property, I can use this sword.
Correct. Yeah.
But I could also use my tome.
Okay.
So you can do multiple things. It's a little extra diversity for whatever reason you would want to. So, but that does synergize stupid well with your packed weapon, and you will be. It almost feels like doing yourself a disservice to not take Pact of the Blade.
I mean, yeah.
But
it's a min-maxer's paradise, but there's other ways to do it.
So do we want to? Because like this subclass, they are saying this is how this subclass works. Period.
Mm-hmm.
Not. If you choose Pact of the Blade, it'll work like this. If you choose Pact of the Tome, it'll work like this. And most Warlock subclasses are that way.
And I think we have to keep with that. I think we have to keep it as universal as possible, because I would just go about the way of, if you wanted to make a Warlock Rune Knight and so did Vixie, you two would end up with two completely different things, right? Because of all of those individual features.
Sure.
But we don't really have that luxury with 5th edition, right? Nobody wants to read through 5 of the same subclass just to figure out which variation they want. No DM wants to have 5 of the same subclass on, for
sure.
I think we have to go the route of making it potentially with synergy in mind, but making it as just directly usable as possible.
Okay.
So I think we should first decide. So are we comfortable with keeping the rune amount? Because there's 6 runes that they can do, or 6 abilities. Should we still cap it at 5? Like, you can still only have 5 of the 6. You basically can't have just guaranteed all of them all the time, right? Like, are we still okay with that? And letting the Warlock do the 3, 4, or the 2, 3, 4, 5 at 1, 6, 10, 14? Because I feel like the Rune Knight versus the Warlock, the Warlock's going to have a lot more versatility with how often and how much they can use. Versus, again, the Rune Knight's locked into only being able to put these on certain things. I kind of like what you were saying with the selfishness. It shouldn't matter what the Warlock's thing is, but the idea is that the runes are there on it, so it can use its reactions anytime it's going to use one of those runes, right? I'm thinking the Warlock should just have these as basically free abilities kind of thing. As a reaction, they're going to burn this rune and you can do something regardless of what it's on, right?
Okay, that would be kind of cool. It's like your runes on whatever it is are glowing, and whenever you burn one, it like kind of like dims out and goes out.
It's just like this thing. Whenever you use a bonus action to, what does it say? Specifically, this says, when you invoke this rune, right, and then you can't do it until a short rest, but every long rest you get to swap them out. That's kind of what I think the Warlock, instead of the Rune Knight carving it in, what I imagine the Warlock's doing is holding its packed weapon, its tome, and just like etching it on magically to where every morning they're changing the sigils on it, so now it glows like that.
But there would be nothing for them to change unless they had access to all runes all the time, because for them it would just be permanently on whatever they chose. So because you cannot put 2 of the same runes on, you only know 2 runes at 3rd level for them, but 1st level for you, right? So you're gonna have those 2 runes on whatever it is that you have, period.
Well, but you have all of these to choose from. Well, you have so that's the question. You could have the cloud. You have the choice that every morning you can put any 2 of the cloud, fire, frost, or stone rune at level 1.
They're like preparing spells. Yeah. You have access to all of them.
That's how I've read this. I read this even from the Rune Knight's perspective. At level 3, the Rune Knight has access to frost, fire, cloud, and stone every morning, and they get to choose to engrave one of those 4 onto a weapon. That's how I read that.
I was under the impression that you only know 2 runes. You choose the 2 runes that you know, and the only time you can change out runes that you know is when you level up.
The following runes are available when you learn a new. Oh, I see. So when you learn 2, you only know the 2.
You only know those 2. You can change what items they're on.
So I think we can change that up to the Warlock knows all the runes, but they can only inscribe 2, 3, 4, and 5. So every morning they can change it up. I don't mind the Warlock being able to be like, hey, this morning I'm going to go with Cloud and Fire today. And then the next day they get to go with Fire and Frost instead. Is that too powerful? Is that too much? Because again, they're only ever going to get capped at 2 until level 6. Then they get to have 3 of them. And then until level 10, they get to have 4 of them. But at early levels...
When do they get 3 of them?
They don't get 3 until level 6. So that's going to be a while before they really get to cycle through. And then at level 10, then they're going to unlock all of these, and then they can have 4. But then they're going to have unlocked 2 others, right? Because they're not going to unlock those until level 7. So they're still only going to get 3. So at level 7, they're going to have any 3, but of all 5 or all 6 of these options. Whereas it's not really going to benefit them. I think that doesn't sound too bad because again, the Warlock made a deal for this knowledge. They're just limited in how much they can do, which also explains why they can only do 1 at a time. They know them all, but they can only activate 1 at a time, or 2 at a time. So I think that wouldn't be too bad, especially because you have a 1 to 6 jump, and I think it would work out. Because the Warlock, again, is basically just focused on casting magic. These things should basically be reactionary buffs to either their magic spells or the party.
Having 2 at level 1 does feel like...
Even though they can only really activate their abilities once, like once per long rest or short rest.
Yeah, because imagine being able to do this every combat. Both of these, 2 things every combat at level 1. That feels like way more than any other class could do. Again, most of these other classes aren't getting their subclass until level 3.
True.
And it feels a lot better at level 3. Like for a fighter,
and that's also, I mean, you could make the argument how many people start at level 1, but you're right. If you do start at level 1,
clerics start at level 1. There's some others start at level 1, but
I don't mind this having a higher advantage early on like that. I don't mind that personally, but I get that doesn't synergize with the whole party necessarily. Because while I like these things, I don't necessarily think.
When do you get the next ability for Warlocks after level 1?
1, 6, 10, 14.
So 6.
So you're 5 levels while everyone's getting there. Because again, you're gonna start out stronger, but at level 3, everyone's gonna catch up to you. And then at level 5, everyone's gonna be beyond you. And then at level 6, you'll catch up. And then they get things at level 7. Then you have to wait till level 10. So I don't know if it's that.
Because at level 3, I'm getting my pact boon, so I feel like I'm doing something at that point.
Right, and you've already had 2 of these runes.
Actually,
to play
that's
with.
interesting. What are your runes on before you get your pact boon?
You don't get anything.
Because you don't get your pact boon until level 3. You get your pact magic. You get you get the ability to just cast spells. You get your patron feature, and then you get your invocations, which is pretty cool. But even your invocations don't necessarily require a pact boon yet. And then at level 3, that's when you're. So. Maybe.
So what if they had the ability starting at level 1? They can inscribe any one. So they still know all the runes, right? But they can inscribe any one on any of the required items until level 3, and then they are required to go on the pact boon.
And then it's associated with your boon. And then you can like have a sword, and you have like a regular sword, and you can inscribe.
Yeah, whatever until you get your pact boon. But then they have to go on your pact boon. But basically, if you're starting out at level 1, you get 1. And that 1 rune can go on anything. But once you get your pact boon, then you can do that. And then you get 2 of them. And then you would get 2 at level 3, and then you get 3 at level 6, then 4 at level 10, then 5 at level 14. So slightly off from the standard, but I don't think that's that terrible to just say.
I don't think that, and you could probably articulate its progress in the level 1 stat, because they do that a lot of the times. They'll be like, you increase this feature at X, 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 and X. So you could say that.
And this will actually feel a little bit nicer. Oh yeah, look at that. And it levels up nicer because you literally go level up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And for some, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Literally just get to add a rune to the levels. So I like that. I don't mind that. And then so the caveat is that 1 rune between level 1 and 3, a rune can go on any of the prescribed items, but starting at level 3, it has to go on your character.
Okay.
Okay. So then I don't mind the idea that and you know them all. So unlike the Rune Knight where you learn them, the Warlock knows them all from the beginning and can select from them each morning. We're okay with that? So they basically, the number of runes they have is how many they can activate at any given day, kind of like you were saying.
Yeah. I'm not mad at that.
I think that would define the Warlock a little bit better because again, they've gotten unlocked knowledge. They just don't have access to it all yet.
Sure.
They know the knowledge. They just, because again, like I'm okay just again on the on a storybook level, like, you know, on a plot level, I'm okay even letting them know of the hill and the storm room. They can't use it yet because they're not a high enough level, but theoretically I'm okay with them in game knowing it's available, just not knowing that they can't use it yet, right?
Okay.
So that's what I mean by, like, I think the Warlock would be okay knowing all of this, because while the Rune Knight is a more level up process, their abilities are going to be a lot more about like the buffing. I think the Warlock's uses of these runes are going to be more about either buffing their own magic or buffing the party. I kind of think that might be a nice little like mid ground.
So I am not mad at that. I'm not mad at that at all. My next question becomes, do we want to include anything along the lines of the Giant's Might ability that also comes at 3rd level when you first select this? Now, I will point out that most Warlock classes also get 2 Warlock features at level 1 when they take it. You get Hex Warrior and Hexblade's Curse at level 1 when you take the Hexblade.
Gotcha.
Or the Hexblade subclass. So it would be possible now, like as we're doing the level progression and getting higher up, we can change what we augment. We can like, oh, give a bump to Giant's Might, or oh, give a bump to some of the runes that we're using, or whatever the case may be. So I would say it's plausible to go down that road, but it depends on what you want to do.
Well, I want it to be as close to feeling like a Warlock subclass. So what the other subclasses do, we'll want to add those in as well.
Sure.
We just need to make sure that those align with what we're trying to do here. So yeah, so whatever the Warlock does, we should follow suit. And I'm okay, like, again, while these are the runes that the fighter knows, I'm okay adjusting. Like, I still want to go off of Fire, Frost, Stone, but these don't necessarily have to be the same effects the Warlock gets.
Sure.
So I want the same list, but the effects will obviously come across different.
Fair enough.
So maybe we'll have to, again, kind of like this, we'll have to write these ones out individually, or at least summarize
Sure.
what each one can do. Actually, that might be a bitch, wouldn't it? To have to, because I don't know. Do you think that these abilities as the runes, do you think it makes sense that these are the powers regardless of who learns them? And therefore these should be applied to any class who uses these runes? Or do you think that each class would learn how to use the runes differently and get a different effect out of it? Because that's gonna change how much we have to write up. Because if we have to rewrite all of these, then if you think about every subclass would need their own write-up, or is every subclass pulling from the same set of runes? Because they're still good runes, they're still good abilities. It just depends on how do we make those align with a warlock? You know, or are we basically making a copycat? Like, how do we make it feel better?
Because, so again, I would say the idea of subletting subclasses is, I can't imagine that everybody who learned this thing applied it the same way.
Sure.
Right? Now, I do see the point of, are the runes just doing what the runes do and different people are using them?
Because really the difference in the subclass is like Giant's Might. It's not about the Frost Rune. Like the Frost Rune's the Frost Rune, but Giant's Might will be different for a fighter than it will for a warlock.
Read me the Frost Rune, just one of the runes.
So Frost Rune, the rune's magic invokes the might of those who survived in the wintry wilderness, such as frost giants. While wearing or carrying an object inscribed with this rune, you have advantage on animal handling and intimidation checks. In addition, you can invoke the rune as a bonus action to increase your sturdiness. For 10 minutes, you gain +2 bonus to all ability checks and saving throws that use strength or constitution. Once you invoke the rune, you can't do so again until a short or long rest. So I'm okay calling the runes. Like the runes are just what they do. But again, the subclass is going to be more about what does Giant Might do to a warlock? What does Runic Shield do to a warlock? Because those don't have anything to do with the runes. The runes are just something else you get, right? But this is what you really get. Like these abilities are what makes the subclass. It's kind of like a spell list, right? We don't change a spell list for everyone who gets to use them, but you change how many spells and what types of spells they can cast, not the spell itself.
Yes, I think like you, in certain situations, I would definitely feel better if these runes were like what they did and like how, like I would feel better if like you could take the concept of what that Frost Rune does and apply it more to like warlock stuff. But I definitely see the ideal and the benefit of maintaining the runes are what the runes are, and then spending more time focusing on how the other aspects of the subclass are going to be specific to.
So why don't we do this? Let's
the connection of the giant rather than the runes. Even though it's called Rune Knight, it's more of like
the connection to how the giant magic works. So how about let's do this. Let's proceed. Let's proceed under the mentality that the runes are the runes,
okay, just
like a spell list, and we're focusing on what they've done with them. Once we're done with that, instead of modifying the runes, there's nothing that says, just like with every other spellcaster, we can't add runes.
Sure.
Just like we can add spells, instead of modifying what is, we can just say that with this subclass, you get 3 extra runes as part of the unlock of knowledge. Maybe we just say, hey, you know what? I want a fog rune instead of a cloud rune. I want a lava rune. I want a lava rock rune instead of, you know what I mean? We could make up our own runes if we think that the warlock needs to do something different.
Sure.
Because that's easier to digest for people than saying we're going to change up what each rune does for each class. Because, hey, maybe we'll inspire someone to use the Rune Knight and be like, but hey, I want to use the Warlock Lava Rune. Can I use that one with my rune? Like, you know what I mean? Like, we can actually inspire more. Okay, so cool. I'm okay with this. I like this level progression. I like the add-on that you start with 1 and then it requires your boon be on your boon after level 3 once you get it. But then you start getting more. And then you know them all from the beginning, but you still have the level caps on when you can use them. So let's talk about our first level ability. So let's look at Hexblade. So at first level, so you get Hexblade's Curse, right? So that means that you get to curse somebody. And let's see, at the Celestial, at first level, you learn the Light and Sacred Flame cantrips, and you get Healing Light, which is another ability. This one you get Hexblade's Curse and the Hexblade Warrior.
Great old one.
Great old. Awaken Mind. Oh, you only get one thing here. Awaken Mind.
Oh, really?
Okay, so that's one where you only get one. The Fathomless. You get 2. Gift of the Sea.
That looks really short. What is Gift of the Sea?
You gain a swimming speed of 40, and you can breathe underwater.
Okay. very small.
So this one gives you the ability to touch the minds of other creatures. You can telepathically speak to any creature you can see. This one you can curse people, and then you can gain proficiency. So it seems like so far when you get 2 of them, one is like something that you can do, and then one is like
An enhancement to something.
well, yeah, because like Hexblade Warrior, you get proficiencies and more stuff you can wear, but then you also get to curse somebody. The Great Old One,
But those proficiencies, isn't it proficiencies and you can add your charisma modifier to your weapon attack?
Oh,
that's kind of what I mean by enhancing something.
Yeah, and then this one, like you learn these cantrips that count, and then this one you also you have a pool of 6d6 of d6s that you can spend.
Oh, kind of like the paladins lay on hands.
Yeah, and then like Fathomless, you can swim and breathe underwater, and you can summon a tentacle that strikes at your foes as a bonus action. Okay, so yeah, so a lot of these are giving you like 2 things right out the gate that you can do, and this typically seems to come from your patron, right? Like it seems to be directly tied to the patron. So I don't mind. Like I don't know. Do you think changing the Warlock size as one of these features would be beneficial? Like, should this be you become a large creature? Or, should it be, or could it be something as simple as like when you become this because you're getting it? Okay, so what's one of the stats that Warlocks really need? Like, what are the charisma? What about Constitution?
I mean, everybody needs Constitution as hell.
Because what if you gave the Warlock, like, upon this, what if one of the first things is you get like a +2 to your Constitution?
I mean, I could definitely see that thematically. +2 to your Constitution. Getting stat boosts from a subclass is wild.
That is okay.
That's crazy. Like you would get that from like your ASI or something like that.
Yeah, no, that's
like
true.
I could see you getting.
It's more like a race thing that you
maybe.
Because you're not really.
Do you already
like
get that with? I don't think you already get that with Warlocks. Maybe you could be proficient in Constitution saving throws. That could be a thing you could get. That wouldn't be terrible. But
I'm trying to get like an idea of what's the consistency here. So you can transform for 1 minute. So yeah, not all of these are getting 2 things.
I kind of like the idea. Maybe you don't have to like literally get bigger in size, but maybe like
sorry, keep going.
The essence of like your giant patron kind of like silhouettes you, and like you hit harder, or like whatever you're doing is like more powerful. So it's a similar effect. Like you're getting this like might of giants, but it's not necessarily your size that changes. It's just strong, whatever it is you're doing is. Because again, if you choose the tome and you're not really punching people, like what good does getting big do to you? If I'm using a familiar, if I'm doing all these things in a different way, like.
So would it be beneficial to say still give it like the 2 things at level 1, but should one of the things at level 1 basically be the thing that describes why you can have one of the runes now? Like, should the level 1 thing be why you know all of the runes? Like, you have access to all the runes and you can imbue. Like, should that be the level 1 ability? How we were describing basically how you're going to unlock the runes throughout this?
I definitely think that should be one. Like,
okay, so that's
something called like rune magic, where it's like, hey, you get you can now imbue one weapon, very similar to how the Hexblade does. How you can use your charisma modifier on this weapon. You can put a rune on X, Y, and Z weapon.
Yeah, and then you can even just add the thing. Once you have access to a packed boon, all runes will be used on the packed boon. But yeah, so that could be one of the things that you put in the first level, or the first thing is you have access to all of the runes.
Yes.
And you can actively put one thing on one. Yeah. Okay. So that would be one of them. I do like the idea of giving it a little bit. So what do we know about giants? What can giants do that would like when you are a patron? Because I'm looking at this, like, obviously of the deep, it gives you the ability to swim and breathe underwater. That's pretty epic, right? Like that's pretty good for what it does. The celestials give you light and sacred flame, and you can heal.
I have a question. Should we, because this is a patron, should we have them select the type of giant that they are coming into a contract with and have what they do? Kind of like when you choose the dragon ancestry for the sorcery subclass, you choose the type of dragon. Maybe you choose the type of giant and you get something kind of related to that, as in like if you chose like an ice giant, maybe you get like resistance to cold damage or something like that.
Okay, so what if if you wanted to do that, where at level 1 you get access to all of the runes, but when you make a pact you must dedicate to a rune. When you do, you may have resistance to a damage type equal to the rune of your choosing. So like cloud, so it's like, you know, fire resistance, frost resistance,
Bludgeoning maybe.
You could do stone for bludgeoning. Hill would be poison and disease. Storm would be lightning. Cloud could be poison or acid. You know what I mean?
Maybe force, but
Force damage or like blinding effects and stuff like that. So yeah, so we could say, like, you know, we could list out like choose one of the runes to dedicate to, and you get resistance there.
I would say that's a good idea. I would say when you dedicate to a rune, you always have that rune inscribed on your boon.
And that's the first rune you get at level 1. When you dedicate to a rune, that's the first rune you know until you unlock a boon. Then you unlock all of them, but you always have this one.
Because like you're kind of choosing that as like your foundation.
So even though you get this one at level 1, at level 3 you get one more, but you still always have this one.
Yeah.
So at level 6 you get 2 of your choosing, but you always have this one. So you're still actually getting less control than the Rune Knight, but you always have one inscribed. So you're getting to add an additional rune of your choosing.
And you can change those other runes if you want to change those other runes, but this one is always
put
there.
it down. Let's do that. Yes. So at level 1, you must inscribe to a rune. You get that rune's immunity, and we can go through each one of these and decide what the immunities are, or resistance, not immunity.
Sure.
And hell, even at level 14, maybe you become immune to your thing. Maybe that's your capstone.
At level what?
At level 14, your capstone.
Oh, I thought you said level 4. I was like,
maybe the capstone, like, because a runic juggernaut is
right.
So what if like that was like the
I'm not mad at that.
One? So maybe that's what we'll do at level 14 is you get full immunity from the rune of your choice on top of something else. Should be level 10 or level 14. Do you think immunity is a little bit too much for level 10?
I think level 14 fits.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's great. So level 1 basically says that you dedicate. Always on, so you have to realize that from here on out you're going to get an additional one of your choosing, but one of those will always be the one you chose at the beginning.
Sure.
Cool. And that sounds like a good level 1. Dedicate to a rune, always on, and that's the one that you get right off the bat. You get resistance to that magic type, and then when you get your pack boon, all your rune, your guaranteed rune automatically shifts to your pack boon, and all future runes have to be applied to it. So we just easily put that verbiage in there. I like that. Okay, cool. And what are we gonna call that? Like that level 1.
I don't mind keeping it simple and just calling it something like.
Because it can't be giant might.
Well, I was gonna call just this part runic magic.
Oh, just runic magic. Because like pack magic.
Yes, like it's like, hey, this is what I can now do with these runes. Like I now have the ability to like use magic of runes on these things.
Yeah, I don't like. I'm just trying to think of like, can we zhuzh up the name a little bit?
Yeah,
other than just runic magic, but I do like the idea of keeping it super simple, just like, you know, Pact of the Rune. Oh, we can call it Giant Pact.
Giant Pact. Yeah, but
that doesn't really say.
I feel like maybe the next ability that we come up with, the one that's going to be similar to Giant's Might, maybe something like that.
Yeah.
Oh wait.
Actually, honestly, it's funny because Master of Runes is the 15th level version, and honestly, like this one's almost like the well, let's see, what are some of the other names like that we have, right? So we have Warlock. What am I looking for? So Among the Dead, Form of Dread, Dark One's Blessing, Tentacle of the Deep, Awakened Mind, Hexblade's Curse. Trying to, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just trying to get an idea of like how some of these are.
Yeah.
Runic Knowledge? No. Runic Dedication?
I was literally just thinking that.
Runic Dedication?
Yeah. Because you are dedicating to a rune at this point.
Any ideas, chat? What we can name this first ability that you dedicate to a rune, you get the resistance of that rune, and that one's always on for the ability that you get.
And because there is an example of one
rune attunement,
there is an example of one subclass of Warlock that only gets one ability. Like, I'm fine with including the resistance in this ability instead of like trying to like add another ability.
Yeah, I kind of like that this one just starts off rune tuning.
Rune tuning, wild.
I don't know. I mean, what did this one call it? Rune Carver. So this one was called Rune Carver.
And they're literally giving you proficiency in tools to like actually carve these things out. So like,
right, but this one's going to be more of like magical knowledge, right? Like you don't need to do all of that. So,
and that's kind of why I called it just runic magic.
What about Rune Enchanter? Just
but
like if Rune Carver, Rune Enchanter, because you're technically enchanting your thing with runes.
I mean, we just finished talking about enchanting the other day. Like, does this qualify as what you would consider enchanting?
In 5th edition, I think the terminology would work. You know what I mean? Like, I think it would be fine for a 5th edition terminology. I know we're probably taking way too long to think of the name, but sometimes names are fun. Sometimes names are important.
And we can always come back to it as well.
Yeah, because it's like, because what are we doing in this bit? You're dedicating, you're attuning to it, like runic attunement or something like that. So you're attuning to it and becoming
almost
like,
run with some synonyms to attunement or dedication or things of that nature.
Ooh.
I do kind of like that mentality. It's like, maybe runic bond.
Ooh, runic bond, like bonding.
Well, you could call it pact rune.
Yeah, I was trying to get away from like just being like cookie cutter with the other abilities, but
sure.
Sometimes you just can't help but be, you know, obvious. Like sometimes it would be nice to just like rune pact, I think would make the most sense because that's what you're really doing, right? You're making a pact more about like, you're not really making a pact with a rune though, but you know what I mean? Like that's the ideology behind it is your pact with these yeah, I guess we don't really have a name for like what's giving you the power, right? Because usually you have some sort of like thing that's giving you the secret knowledge.
your giant deity or giant patron is theoretically supplying you with whatever.
Right. Let's see. Can I find any let's see here. Ooh, what if we wanted to call this like to understand the patron behind this, what if it was like a colossus? Similar to a giant, but you know, to being like something akin to just a very great giant being. Doesn't have to be quite, because those could be more like a, you know, an ancient being like a titan. So the idea of this giant sleeping ancient creature that's not quite a god, but also not quite just something that's walking around, but akin to a giant. Just trying to think of like what we could make that for. But,
interesting.
Ooh, I don't know if this gets off track a little bit in terms of verbiage. But what about runic devotion? Is that a little bit not warlocky? Is that too cleric-y? Yeah. Let's just go with Rune Pact. Like, that's just, honestly, okay. It's the best thing you can make for Warlock. We can always change it.
Fair enough. Rune Pact or Pact Rune?
I think Pact Rune sounds better.
Do you think? And it kind of makes sense, too, because it's the rune of your pact. You're not making a pact with a rune.
That's way. Okay, Pact Rune it is. Pact Rune. What's going on, Dragon? How you doing today? Possibly a Titan. Yeah, I think D&D has Titans though, so that's the thing. Is like we're trying to find verbiage that isn't already like abundantly used. Colossus Runic Golem, Pact of the Runes, Runic Covenant. That's kind of
that almost gives me witchy vibes,
right? But that's like very much in line with Warlock. I don't know. I think Pact Rune, because it's just the first level ability, I think we might just have to like just work with that and see where we go. Because again, we still have 4 or 3 more abilities to figure out. All right, cool. So at this first level, you are able to get your first rune. You have a resistance to that type, and that rune will always be on. Basically, especially once you get your pact weapon.
Do you wanna? Oh, you put spells down at the bottom.
Yeah.
We'll do that last. Okay.
Yeah, we'll do the spells and possibly, I mean,
and I think that'll be good. We'll get an idea of like what the class actually does, and then kind of find spells that would work well
if we need them, or again, just kind of let them be open, open-ended. Because I warlocks are kind of nice that you can kind of just do your own thing. So depending on if we need to do hardened spells, but we may need to still do the resistances for each of the runes, like specifically, like which resistances you're gonna get. Working on stuff further down the road in the campaign, like having a prep creation in the background. Well, awesome. Well, hopefully we're some good background for you. Good luck with the creation. That's kind of what we're going to be doing here today. All right, so for 6th level, so it's been 5. You've had the 1 rune. At level 3, you got the 2nd rune of your choice at that point that goes onto your pact weapon. And the runes do exactly what they do, so that's kind of nice. I like that. So the Rune Knight at this point was able to do Giant Might, which as a bonus action for 1 minute, they become large. They have advantage on strength-based stuff, and they get an increased 1d6 of damage. And then at 7th level, they're going to have Runic Shield, which basically means that whenever an ally they can see within range gets hit, they can force a reroll on the attack. So, as it comes down to a Warlock, Warlocks tend to be selfish, but they also have the chance to do buffing. So at this point, the Rune Knight would be able to self-buff and buff an ally. And so far, the Warlock at this point really only has access to the 1 rune, or 2 runes at this point. So they haven't really been able to do anything outside of gain access to runes. At 6th level, they're going to get their 3rd rune. So that's already going to have increase for that.
Real quick, we are talking about Giant's Might for which is the 3rd level, the 2nd 3rd level ability for the Rune Knight.
Yes.
And
Outside of unlocking the runes themselves.
Are we talking about another first level ability, or are we talking about a 6th level ability?
Well, so we're on 6th level for the Warlock.
Okay,
So the Warlock has become 6th level. All they've had at this point is they now have access to 3 of their runes.
Okay.
Before this, all they could do is do 2.
Mm-hmm.
But roughly around this same time frame, the Rune Knight that they're rolling around with has been able to become large and stronger and buff an ally or potentially save an ally. So working the way of, again, imagine the party, progressing together. How would a Warlock who's, again, the Rune Knight and the Warlock, they learn the abilities together, right? I'm trying to think of again, backstory, the lore. They both learn how to manipulate these runes. The Rune Knight's been trying to, become stronger, become defensive, become defensive for his allies. What did the Warlock do with this up until this point? What did they learn? Did they learn to buff their own spells, or did they learn to protect an ally? That's, I think, the decision we have to make by level 6. Is at this point, we've only been able to do runes, but we haven't really been able to do anything with them yet. So what should we do as a Warlock? Should we focus on the party or focus on ourselves? Because I feel like it has to either give us a bonus to our magic, some kind of boon to our magic, or we have to kind of do these abilities to where we could help the party out. But again, this is our one and only ability until level 10, the one and only time we get to really do something. So I don't mind adding 1 or 2 abilities here.
For the Rune Knight, what do they get after? So they get Giant's Might, and then they get Runic Shield. So
by now, right? So about the same time.
I'm trying to get an idea of the pattern that the initial Rune Knight was.
So the
going.
Rune Knight goes buff self, help ally, buff self, get to do all my runes more, buff self. So really, the Rune Knight only helps the allies once. Everything else is focused on becoming stronger, in reference to giants. But again, great stature, they get to grow, and their giant might goes from a D6 to a D8. Master of Runes, they get to use their runes twice, which I do still think that the Warlock would be able to do at some point. And then the Runic Juggernaut, the giant, they become giant, it becomes huge, they get a D10, and they get a reach of 5. Right? So all of that's focusing on them being able to do.
I feel like do we for the Warlock want everything to be along one path, or are we okay diverging once like they did?
I mean, we only got 3 abilities to do it, so I don't know if it's beneficial to diverge too far.
Sure.
Because we know what the runes actually do. So we have a question from chat. How would runes affect Eldritch Blast? So far, none of the runes really tie directly into casting magic yet. So that's kind of what we're deciding for level 6 is should the subclass ability of the Warlock be able to infuse the runes ability or use the runes to infuse their own magic? Because that's kind of the thing, right? Is should the Warlock be able to use the runes with their magic, or can they only enhance the rune usage? I think that's where I'm getting at, right? Is they're able to use 3 different runes. One's already guaranteed. They get to use 3 runes. So should they be able to use their own innate magic that they got from their Warlock to enhance those runes, or can they draw from those runes to enhance what they're already doing?
I do like the idea of being able to use the runes to enhance your magic.
Okay.
Because again, depending upon what pact they end up choosing, it's going to depend on how they choose to fight. If they choose Pact of the Tome, they're going to want to be doing a lot of spell casting.
But if they choose the Hexblade, they may be
doing a lot more melee stuff. And so, it's not like you never use magic, because regardless, if you're a Warlock, you have spell slots and you're going to be wanting to use those spells for something, right? Whether you're using it for Armor of Agathis, just to protect yourself when you go into melee combat, or if because you get very few spell slots as a sorcerer or as a Warlock to begin with.
So how about this? So would it be too much to Because we know what the runes themselves do, right? But there's also like we can't really change what the runes ability. We don't want to change what those do, and we don't necessarily want to change like what the passive abilities are, right? But what if we were to say like at 6th level, maybe as a reaction, because we like the idea that a lot of this is happening on reaction, right? Because of runes. As a reaction, when you deal damage, you can change the damage type to one rune that you have active. So if you have
to like the type of resistance that you have.
So if well, you always have resistance with your assigned rune. But let's say my assigned rune's the frost rune. So I always have that one on. And let's say at level 6, I have my frost rune always on. I chose fire and I chose stone, right? And we said stone was resistant to bludgeoning damage. But I have resistance to frost and cold because that's the one I'm attuned to. But at 6th level, I have fire, frost, and bludgeoning. When I have those active, let's say I attack someone, I shoot a spell at them, I use Hexblade, whatever my attack is, and I do damage. I can then burn my reaction, and whatever damage I did to them, I can change it to fire, frost, or bludgeoning, because those are my 3 active runes. So I don't add damage, but what I can do is, let's say I'm against a fire demon, and I have fire magic planned. I can hurl that fire magic at it, and then as soon as it hits, I can use my reaction to be like, nah, it's actually frost damage.
Okay.
So burning a reaction to change the damage type of your attack. So as a warlock, whether you're melee or whether you're casting spells, depending upon the rune you have, you can, as a reaction, just say, I'm changing and maybe not on hit. Maybe it's just when you attack, you can use a reaction to change the damage type to a rune you have active. And that's all you're doing. Not adding damage, just changing the damage.
So are you going to use the verbiage of an attack? Or if I cast, like, for example, Fireball? I'm not saying that they get Fireball,
if you were to deal damage.
Okay, fair enough.
You can use a reaction to do it.
Change the damage type.
Because the thing is, you still have to be able to hit the thing. So if they're immune, I don't know how that works. But again, that's why I'm kind of like, I just like the idea that I can just decide, you know what, in this particular case, I want to change the damage. I think the level 6 should say, no matter what I'm doing, if I'm about to deal damage, I can change my damage type. Or how about that? How about at 6th level, at any point, or as a reaction, you can change the damage type. Just, that's all it says. As a reaction, you can change your damage type. So at that point, it's after the fact, or you know what, before I throw this, because he's immune to fire damage, I'm just going to change it to frost now, so he can't be immune. So you know what I mean? I just like the idea of that's what this does, because at that point, like you said,
especially if it's a saving throw spell, you can do it beforehand.
I want to tap in. I have learned unknown knowledge of these runes. I want to be able to tap into that rune that I've engraved. I have engraved a fire rune. I want to be able to tap into that fire rune and say, I can now do fire damage with this innate magic. I don't think that's too powerful. I think at level 6, if that's the only ability, it may be a little weak, but I think that's at least a good, solid, single main ability.
So what do you think about expending a use of one of your runes? Spending like the magic within one of your runes to cast a spell.
I wanted to stay away from that because the runes already have an invoking aspect, right? So
that's what I mean. Is like, so you wouldn't be able to use that. You wouldn't be able to invoke it. It would be like you're expending like a resource, kind of like a key point or something like that.
I don't know if the warlocks really need more spells. Like I really like, honestly, I feel like that's its own subclass. If you just want a warlock that can hurl more spells, I feel like that's its own subclass. I think that
fair enough.
That's why I say I don't want to make it any, like, I don't want to necessarily boost. Like maybe at 10th level we can add damage.
Sure.
Like, so 6th level you can change your damage. At 10th level you can add a die of, or you can, how about at 6th level you can no. Should it be at 6th level you can change all damage, or you can change one die roll?
I like just changing the damage of the spell.
Okay, cool. So should that be the only thing 6th level can do, or is that the core?
That's why I do feel like there should be something else. Which is why,
if this is the core, I wouldn't mind a smaller one, but this is pretty impactful. I wouldn't want this and another major one.
Sure.
But I'm okay with 2 options. Okay, so first option is, as a reaction, you can alter your damage to a type equal to like. As option number 1. So that is something that you can do. So should it also now have a passive ability? Like that's one that you react, that you activate. Should we also have one that just is? Or should we have another one that you can control, like another action?
So passive. So the runes themselves, they have a passive ability and an activated ability, right?
Yeah, all of the runes have their own passives.
Well, give me an example of a passive ability.
So Cloud, you get the advantage on sleight of hand and deception. Fire, you get your proficiency bonus.
And that's just as long as you have this rune.
Yes.
Period.
As long as you're wearing it. So Fire Rune, your proficiency bonus is doubled for any ability check that you make that uses your tool. Frost, you get animal handling and intimidation advantage. Stone, you get insight and dark vision. Hill, you get the poison resistance. And Storm, you get advantage on Arcana checks, and you can't be surprised. So they all have their own passives, which are all great. I'm just wondering, for the subclass ability, should it be a passive subclass ability that, just something that you just get because you're 6th level? Like they were able to grow a couple inches, the fighter.
Mm-hmm.
That's passive. Like it just happened.
Sure.
Do we want that, or do we want something that you control?
So,
ooh, what about this? Because normally you have to decide the runes that you're going to take at the start of each day, after a long rest, and you can replenish them after a short rest. What if at 6th level you can swap them at a short rest?
You could swap a rune during a short rest.
So instead of waiting for a long rest to swap them out, you basically at a short rest you can just constantly swap it, because now you have 3, and now you have 2 that you can change up. But remember, the Rune Knight at this point would have 3 that he can change up. So by you being able to do it at any short rest, you have a lot more versatility to be.
I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that.
Okay, so resets at you can actually change and reset at short rests. Because you can already reset at short rests, but we should be able to change it at a short rest.
Is your changing damage type restricted to leveled spells, or can you do that on cantrips too?
I think anything. I think any damage that you're dealing, you should be able to change the type. That's the point of the Warlock. Is that it solves your pack
so
weapon.
It's not just spell damage, it's
all
any
damage.
damage.
If you're gonna attack with your pack weapon, you get to change that damage type. You can deal fire damage with your pack weapon. But
theoretically, there's nothing stopping a Pact of the Tome from carrying a sword. So if they hit somebody with their sword, even though they're Pact of the Tome, I could still change the damage of that sword from slashing to...
Unless we wanted to put in the verbiage that you can change the damage type of your packed weapon or any damage from your packed boon, like any spell. Like we could either verbiage it to where it has to be specific to the Warlock, or I don't mind just any damage that you deal. It could be your fist for all I care. Again, the whole point is you're activating this rune that's on you at the time. I don't know if it has to be the weapon that you're using. It just has to be as a reaction. You're like, hey, I'm calling forth this rune and I'm going to punch you with a fistful of fire. I don't mind that. Chat, what do you guys think? Is it too much to do all damage types? Should we change the verbiage to be more restrictive? I don't mind it being all damage. I think that's actually really fucking cool.
What was the other piece?
So as a reaction, change damage types to the rune type, and you can change runes at a short rest. Ooh, I got one for 10 already. Kind of along the same line, like not the main one, but like a bonus one for level 10. How do you feel about because you already are regular, you already have regular spell slots, right? Can I burn spell slots to reset a rune?
So the way warlocks work is they only have one level. So at 9th level, you're gonna burn a 5th level spell slot to do that.
That's what I'm saying. But or if I've, if let's say because yeah, you always cast it at the highest level. But you know what I'm saying? Like as just a bonus, if I really wanted to, in the middle of battle, get my rune back, should a level 10 warlock be able to do that? Like, again, normally you can't do it until a short rest. Should I be able to push my luck and just say, fuck it, you burn a spell? I don't know how important it would be. Like, you really got to judge, is the spell that you could cast worth not casting, like you said, a level 5 spell? But do you see a benefit to being able to tell the warlock, you can reinfuse, the runes so well, you can reinfuse it yourself?
I would say maybe, but I feel like it would make the ability to cast it twice less impactful, or make it feel feel less useful later if we
do add it at level 14 to be able to cast all runes twice.
Yeah.
But then again, if you could cast all runes twice and then recharge it and then get 2 more casts of it, you saying
when I recharge a rune I get 2?
I think it's a recharge. I think it's a full reset. That's why I'm thinking it's kind of impactful at level 10, because it doesn't sound great, but once you can cast the runes twice, that's basically being able to say I can cast a rune 4-6 times as long as I'm burning my spell slots. But again, a warlock burning spell slots is burning your biggest economy. While these runes are great, none of these runes really beat out what a warlock can truly do well prepared. So I feel like it's a nice feature, but it's not going to be one anyone's going to abuse.
I definitely don't think it's going to be something they'll abuse. I do want to make sure that it feels useful enough for them to say,
to consider it,
to not say like, why is this here?
And that's why I'm thinking a full reset, because when they say, well, why is it here? Be like, well, when you get it to level 14 and you can cast a rune twice and you can spend 1 spell slot to reset a rune, that means you get the rune 4 times for 1 spell. That's the way you can argue it. Of like, again, think about the shackled one, right? The fire rune. So when you whenever you hit a creature, you invoke the rune and you just summon fiery shackles and they have to make a strength save. So imagine being able to do that and they strength out and you're like, shackles, and they're like, save out, and you're like, well, I don't need this spell. Shackles, damn it. Like, you could literally just trap someone in shackles over the idea. And again, it depends on the situation. So I see it being beneficial. I just don't know. It's not necessary.
Sure.
But I don't think it's hurtful. So let's do another. I would say that would be a secondary if we do it. So what are we going to call level 6 first? So this is change the reaction or change the damage type and be able to reset them on a short rest. What about runic invocation? Because this is like a true like invoking it, maybe. Because we have packed rune.
Because you already, so on top of all of this stuff, you are just a regular warlock, so you are going to have regular warlock invocations.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So maybe not. So you don't want to say invocation because that has.
It does have other connotations specifically for warlocks, but so right now what it can do is it can change runes at a short rest and it can change the damage type.
So what about runic empowerment? Because it's empowering you and you're empowering it.
What do you think about empowering runes?
Runic alteration.
I do like that. Both of them, you're like altering which rune you're using and you're altering the rune.
I like, yeah, let's go with runic alteration. Because it really does, that actually does fit for both of them, because you're altering it with the rune, but you're also altering the rune itself. Okay, so level 10, we may or may not add the ability to reset a rune here, but at this point, now the Rune Knight can grow large, get more damage. They can force someone to reroll against an attack that they did against an ally. And now at level 10, they're going to just be taller. And when they go into a giant mode, they do 1d8. So they're just getting a little bit stronger. They're a little bit taller and they're getting a little bit stronger when they use that. What
level is this for them?
10. So now we're both leveling up at the same time. So all they get to do is basically double down on their giant might. They're just getting a little bit more from giant might, which kind of sucks actually. it's kind of a throwaway level for that fighter. Like, sure, they gain a couple inches, but all they really got was a D10 when they're in that giant mode, which is basically like their own version of rage.
Lightweight.
So with the Warlock, we have the option of going back and bumping something that we can do. Because at this point now you have 4 runes, 3 which you can alter. And you can alter them at short rests. And you can use them to alter the damage types. So that's already pretty fucking good. So now at level 10, what else can we do for the Warlock to really like? Okay, so because we get level 10 to level 14, and by that time the Rune Knight is going to be able to use their runes twice, and I think that's a good thing for level 14 Warlock, being able to use their runes twice way down there. I don't think level 10 is worthy.
Agreed.
So
how do you feel about, similar to our level 6 ability, being able to, and I would say this is also a reaction, but being able to change your resistance type to one of your other runes just for an instance of damage. Like when you would be damaged by maybe cold damage and you have a fire rune that you're attuned to, I can, for this instance, use my reaction and do that proficiency number of times.
Would it be too much then to just say, starting at level 10, at the end of a long rest, or at, basically after a long rest, you can rededicate to a new rune? Because remember, the only thing that the dedicated rune does is give you the resistance and force that to be the active one.
Force it to be on there.
That's all it does. So why not just say that at each long rest, the end of a long rest, you can assign a new, you can dedicate to a new rune and gain that resistance. So it's just basically for the day. Instead of it being in the moment, what about if it's just for the day? You can just flip flop what your resistance is. Instead of just
I
one
feel
moment.
like that would take a little bit of burden off your reaction.
I feel like that too. And I feel like it would make you more tactical in thinking about what are you about to face instead of relying on, I can just get out of jail free whenever I want. This one's going to be the one thing that forces you to work with the team. And be like, hey guys, I can go fire resistance today. Don't worry about me. Don't use that spell. I got fire resistance. Oh, we're going to the cold. I'll just change it to cold resistance today. That feels more teamy than, I don't want to take that damage right now.
Yes, I will say it still only really affects you. So it's like I'm only able to help protect and change it. Like I kind of look at it as being able to cast absorb elements, because that's what you get with absorb elements, except you just don't have access to like all the same elements. It's only based upon whatever runes you have. And it could I'm torn, because I feel like, yes, the tacticalness of it, like it will require the player to plan more and to understand what's going on more, and I don't want to discourage that. At the same time, I feel like being able to, similar to the damage type, being able to just say it's different now.
But how would you limit how often you could use that? Because
I would say proficiency bonus number of times.
That's all. I mean, because that could, at 6 times, that could be the whole battle that you're just deciding that you have resistance to, like any type that you have.
If that's one battle a day, if like, okay, if I saved all these up for the BBEG and like I want to be able to, I mean, I'd say charisma modifier number of times, but that just decreases it by 1 and you get a lot more a lot sooner. What are we at, 10th level right now?
Yeah, it's 10th level ability.
What proficiency bonus do you have at 10th level?
Would it be too much to say that
4?
What about just adding a secondary resistance? Like you have the one that you've dedicated to, because that's like the whole point, right? You had to dedicate to something. But what if 10th level at a short or long rest, you can choose a second dedicated rune and you get a resistance
would it have the same effects as the other rune? Like it's required to be on?
No, this one's just like you just get to choose one more basically at every long rest or every short rest. You get to choose one more. So it's only this one's temporary. The other one's always on. This one's just like temporary for like. So again, short rest, I change it. You know, I always have frost on, right? That's my dedication. But let's say this short rest, I had stone. Next short rest, I change it to fire, and then I gain fire resistance. But next short rest, I change it back to stone, so I get bludgeoning resistance.
How about once per short rest, you can activate a second resistance for a minute. So you could use it for like one combat once per short rest. Okay. You can activate a second one for a minute. So if you don't need it this fight, you don't need to like have one on all the time. But like once per short rest, you can give yourself a second resistance for a minute based upon whatever runes you have available to you.
It'd be more versatile. It'd be less powerful, but it would be more versatile. So it'd be, I think, a lot more useful, like for the play from the player. So you can activate resistance for a minute. And what was the other thing that we were adding? That we were considering adding for level 10?
I was talking about switching resistances or using a reaction to be resistant to some damage.
Well, no. So if that's like the main ability, there was another one that we were going to put a pin in on for level 10. Adding a minute of resistance, I think, works for whichever one you have.
Okay. What else?
We were just talking about something for level 10. Thank you, ADHD.
So rude.
So we need like a live like feed,
right,
of what we were talking about.
Where's our stenographer? Read back our minutes.
Okay, so we're good with the idea of 1 minute adding the secondary resistance to equal to one of the other ones. Okay. Is it a bonus action?
I would say it's an action.
An action?
I
would, because I mean, some of these other runes have like bonus action activation. I wouldn't mind a bonus action for that.
Fair enough. Yeah, you're just.
It's still on your turn, but I still don't want you to like give up an attack just to not be attacked. Like,
sure. Yeah. Okay.
So bonus action, 1 minute additional resistance.
Sure. Yeah. I'm fine with that.
All right, what were we just talking about? I almost should like just rewind the video real quick. So we were talking about beforehand, you dedicated a rune, then you get the resistance to that. And then as a reaction, you can change damage types, and you can change at a short rest. Now, as a bonus action, you can add an additional resistance for a minute. By this point, the fighter can grow and do more damage.
Maybe this could be proficiency number of times, where I don't mind adding a single damage die to a spell you've cast or something like that. You know, if we want to talk about like doing more damage, you know, or maybe you look at it the same way you looked at the reaction alteration. You're just adding a damage die to any damage you do.
True.
You know. And maybe you connect that with the runic alteration. So it's whenever you use your reaction to change the damage type, you also add a damage die. You could just combine those two abilities and just like upgrade that ability to add a damage die to it.
I could see that.
I'm gonna be right back.
All right, I'm gonna think on this just a little bit more. Okay, so By now, the Rune Knight is able to grow large, do extra damage, force a reroll of an attack against an ally, and they'll be a little bit taller. So far, what we can do is we have resistance to a certain type that we had dedicated to our runes. We have damage type changing, and we can now change up more often how much we can get our runes. And now we can actually do an additional set of resistance. We need something more for level 10. We need to be able to like go one step further with this. Other level 10. So most of the Warlock level 10s, it looks like directly tied to their level 1 ability. Looks like these are all callbacks. Yeah, all of these are callbacks to this level 1 ability. So hostile creature with 0 gain temporary hit points. Choose one damage type, you gain resistance to that damage type to each of the different. Okay. So Rune Knight. What we want to do here, chat. We got to give this something a little bit better. So right now, we're able to adjust all of the runes. The runes have their own abilities. I really wish I knew what we were talking about. I should just go back into the video because we would know, because I know that we were talking about another option for level 10. I for the life of me, I now suddenly cannot remember it at all. And that's so frustrating. Like knowing we had a nice long conversation and I just cannot.
Was this before we got to the level 10? Like we were talking about something we wanted.
I think it was
to
right
put
when
in
we
there?
started level 10. It was like literally right as we started talking about level 10. Because we were discussing that the Rune Knight was able to basically grow and get more damage, and then we were talking about something. It's like, yeah, that might be it, but we need to find like something else. I do like, the bonus action for another resistance. I was looking at some of the other ones for Warlock, and a lot of them seem to call back to the first ability. Like a lot of them seem to be directly tied to level 1.
Okay.
So we already have that, which is the gaining resistance. So that's directly tied to level 1, right? So we've kind of already done that. We don't really have any bonuses to allies at this point. So I don't know if we want to consider doing that or if we want to still stay more selfish. We also haven't done anything outside of changing our damage, but I don't mind the idea of increasing damage. Because I mean, that's kind of the idea when you think of like giants, right? Like,
right.
You think the idea of being strong.
Think of like, I want to make sure the abilities that we have are still feel like they come from giants and aren't just like all of a sudden some other source of.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to think of. Like, what do we know about giants? Like, what do we think of when you think of like giants and their abilities?
I just think they're really strong and really scary, and depending on what type of giant they are, you know, could be hold aligned or see, let me look at that real quick. Oh, interesting. So I just went to go look at Cloud Giant. And I saw I saw they have an innate spellcasting list. And I'm thinking we might be able to use something on here to look at, I mean, for later whenever we get to their expanded spell list.
Right. Do they all, or is that just that one?
What's that?
Is it because I wouldn't mind just saying on the expanded spell list, you get access to giant spells, like giant innate magic. Like that could just be like some of the spell lists that you get, or the one that you dedicate to, if they all have a spell list.
That's interesting. What were the other stones?
Fire, frost, cloud, hill, and storm.
Oh, frost giant. There we go. Frost giants do not have an innate spell list, but I feel like they're the easiest ones to find spells for.
I know what we were talking about. We were talking about being able to reactivate and reinfuse a used up rune.
Oh,
for level 10.
Yeah. That's
whether
right.
or not you can burn a spell slot or do something as a warlock to reignite, reset one rune in between short rests, because they all reset at short rests, and then you can change them up. But we were talking about whether or not we wanted to be able to add in the ability to reinfuse just one.
Do it more often than that.
Just reinfuse one for a cost, and we don't know what the cost would be. But I was thinking spell slots, like because again, you have to basically burn your highest max level spell. So therefore, it better be worth it. But like we said, it really will be worth it when you can cast them twice. And I think at 14th, we're probably going to give it. You can cast the runes twice. You can invoke them twice, and I think we're going to give it the immunity damage.
At 10 right now?
Yeah, we're still at 10. We're trying to figure out what the secondary on 10 is. So that's what I was thinking. Maybe 10 should have the one where we can reinfuse a rune. Burn a spell slot, get her whole rune back.
I mean, I'm not specifically mad at that.
I don't feel like it's mind-blowing, but I do feel like it's in line with all of this.
My biggest question that I'm asking is like, how often can I see myself using that?
We are going to add runes though. If we add a couple runes that are good enough, that could be the key point. Like if you do a rune that's mass healing or do a rune that does mass damage, something like that could be really, if you do another rune that really restrains them, shit like that could be very beneficial if you can keep proccing it. That might be more powerful than any of your spells. So we'd have to make a rune that really like leans into that ability.
I think it's worth putting on there for now.
Okay, unless we come up with a different one.
Yeah.
So reset rune at a charge of 1 spell slot.
Yeah.
And you can
at the charge of a warlock spell.
And just as much as you want, or is there a limit to how many times you can do this? Like if you really want, if these runes are that important to you and you want to burn all your spells, I mean, is that really a problem?
We're getting this at level 10.
Yeah. Is it really a problem that you can just keep refunneling? Because you're not going to have another 4 levels until it really matters.
You have 2 spell slots at this point.
I'm fine with this. This is going to be one of those abilities you don't think you want.
But you get those spell slots back every rest.
Yeah.
Every short rest.
Yeah. But you also
have 2 spell slots.
But you also get your reset at every short rest too. So this really is do you have a rune that absolutely is worth it? But I think once you can do the runes twice, that's when it's going to become more important. It's kind of one of those, we're setting you up for a bigger thing.
And when you get this, wait, 10th level.
So you have 4 runes.
When you get this, you have 5th level spells.
Yeah.
So you're going to spend a 5th level spell slot to refresh a rune.
To get its
proctability back.
Yeah.
You still maintain the passive ability, but
as far as I understand, you still get the passive abilities, which that I think would be a way difference if you lost the passives. if you lost the passive ability when you activated it, that would suck.
So instead of saying it refreshes a rune, can we say it uses the ability of a rune again? So like you're using it in that moment, you're expending that magic to do the thing in that moment. Like you use a bonus action to activate this. Like if the rune says use a bonus action to activate it, then you're using a bonus action after this rune has already been expended to expend a spell slot to do the thing.
Okay, so instead of recharging it, what if at level 10 you can use a bonus action to gain additional resistance for 1 minute? And also, what if you say as a bonus action, when you cast a Warlock spell, you can invoke a rune for free. So you cast a spell, but I also get to invoke a rune. Is that too much? Because again, the runes can only have so many charges, right? So this is basically like a free usage of the rune, but it has to be in line with a spell that I cast. And like you said, I only get 2 spell slots, so I can only really get 2 free rune usages. But that would be in line with the whole runic alteration. This is now.
Read me a rune. I want to see this in action real quick. So like an activated rune ability.
So like the Frost rune, when you invoke the rune as a bonus action, you increase your sturdiness for 10 minutes. You gain +2 to all ability checks and saving throws that use a strength or constitution.
That's its activated, or is that its passive?
That's its activated. Fire, when you activate it, the target takes 2d6 fire damage, and they have to succeed a strength or be restrained. So these are pretty like these can be impressive if you can get them off.
So would you say whichever rune you activate has to qualify for whatever your spell is doing? So in that situation, if the spell doesn't have a target, then you wouldn't be able to activate that
you
one.
wouldn't do like an area of effect. It would have to be in line with it. But the idea is that we could basically say that when you cast a Warlock spell, you can also activate a rune. And I don't know what the verbiage would be, but like, you know, that has similar targets, or
right.
You know, a rune with a similar with a.
I would say something to the effect of like applicable or compatible implementation or something to that effect.
Because then again, like you said, you're only getting free rune usages equal to your spell slots. So it's making each time you cast a spell more impactful, but you don't have to use it each time either, you know? Like,
I do like this idea.
We can also add the verbiage that you can't have already used it. So it can't have already like invoked it. So you can basically get an invocation for free if you haven't already used it. But if you've burned it and it's out, you can't use that. I don't know if that would make it any better. I don't know if that makes it any more balanced. Because then that way it can't be one you've already used. So you can't just use one up and then keep using it because it's out. You can only use it when you haven't burnt it for real.
I kind of like that. You can only use it. You get it for free, but you can only use it when it's available.
Yes, and if you've already used it
later on, you can burn one and still have a use left because you can use it more than once.
Exactly.
It'll be usable more often at that point, but yeah, I'm not mad at that, especially because I think the only thing that would cause people to do is it's like, oh, I'm gonna save this specific rune and I'm only going to use it when I cast X, Y, and Z spells.
Sounds like tactics to me.
And then I've done it twice, and now I'll use it because I don't have any more spells. Whatever.
Sounds like a tactical decision to me.
Okay.
That's no different than being like, hey, I know that you can do this ability, so I'm only going to use this after you do it. There's no difference in metagaming amongst the party. You know, there's other people who say, I have this spell that I won't use until XYZ happens.
Sure.
There's no difference in that. I don't think that. So how are we going to write this out? This is, when casting a Warlock spell,
a leveled Warlock spell.
So
Ooh. How about this? When using a Warlock spell slot, because in 5th edition, if you multi-class, you don't get to get this when you cast a wizard spell at like first level. You have to be using your maxed out Warlock spell slot.
So a Warlock spell. Free activation. We'll change the verbiage a little bit better to that, but that's how we'll do that one. I like that. I think that actually is a pretty solid level 10.
Now, we haven't talked about it yet because it's literally next in our progression, but would you say this could be used with Mystic Arcanum spells? The ones that go beyond 5th level?
Yes. Because it's still a Warlock. You're still spending a Warlock spell slot, right?
Theoretically, the verbiage is you cast this without expending a spell slot.
Then no. I think the spell slot is where it's at. I think that's because those are kind of like...
They're once a day. They're just once a day spells. They're not like once a short rest. They're once a day spells. But again,
they're basically dedicated spell slots.
Yes.
I don't mind that then, because it's not like it's a free spell you can... It's not like you're just going to spam it. It's still just a once a time.
It's once a day.
I would say that's okay. I would say we can add the verbiage that this also counts for...
your Mystic Arcanum spells.
Because that's very specific, like you said, that's very specific to Warlock spells. It doesn't matter if you the multi-class and do a wizard spell, it has to be a Warlock-based spell.
Yeah.
Cool, I like that. All right, so at level 14, I think we already talked about level 14. We just got to make sure that these are enough for a capstone. But we did talk about upping the dedication resistance to immunity. I think we're comfortable with that. The rune that you dedicated to, you now have immunity to that.
Got you.
We also didn't name level 10.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
So we get more resistance and we get to burn more of the runes. Last one we got runic alteration.
Would you say this immunity is only for your dedicated rune, not your 1 minute activated rune? I kind of feel like it should be just your dedicated rune.
I feel like it should be too. I could see the argument for the other because it's only 1 minute, but no, I think it should only be for your dedicated. Yeah, it's only the dedicated. The other one you still get to proc for the extra damage resistance. That's more than fine. You know, because how often do people get more than 1 damage resistance in the first place? So the fact that you're getting an immunity and a resistance of your choosing for 1 minute, basically for the whole battle. And again, if you think about it, there's nothing that says unless we want to write it in there, does that mean I can stack? Can I just one turn use a bonus action to get fire resistance, and the next turn can I use a bonus action to get frost resistance, or can I only change it?
I thought,
because on 10th level we could use a bonus action for 1 minute to get an additional resistance, but can we only have one of those active at a time, or can I just
I thought we could only do that once per short rest.
Oh, is that what we said? Once per short rest? Gotcha. Okay, once per short rest. Cool. I'm okay with that. If we did up that to immunity, that would have to be once per long rest. But I don't think we need that. I think a resistance and immunity is fine.
For sure.
Okay, so let's name 10 real quick. So we have the bonus action to get resistance. We have the extra activation of the rune. So we have Pact Rune, Runic Alteration, and this one's like Runic Empowerment.
That was going through my head as you said that.
Runic Empowerment. Okay, I think that's it. That's actually, yeah, I like these naming schemes because these feel better. Because again, a fighter would have gone the route of like feeding off of the strength, the shield, the great stature.
Sure.
But we're talking about working with these runes, right? That's the whole point. We were given knowledge far beyond the Runic Knight to tap into this shit. So I like that. Runic Empowerment. All right, so level 14, you now have an immunity to your dedicated rune. We also talked about doing the similar of Master of Runes, so now each rune can be activated twice. Are we still good with that?
I'm fine with that.
I feel like that's not enough for the capstone. I feel like while 5th edition would have probably stopped here, I feel like these are
activated
still
twice. How often are we saying that's happening? Once a long rest?
Yeah, that's still once a long rest.
Oh wait, that's just activated twice. That's just okay. That's a passive basically.
Well, yeah, but technically that does mean it's still a short rest because remember we gave this class the ability to reset these on a short rest.
Yeah.
So every short rest they get to use each invocation twice. They get 2 invoking of the runes twice.
And they have 5 at this point?
And they have 5.
When do they get their 5th one?
Right now. They just got their 5th one. But this is their capstone. This is it. This is all they're going to get.
Sure.
So yeah, but this is also, if you think about it, next level is when the Rune Knight gets to do it, but they're also going to get one more upgrade.
I'm thinking because the Rune Knight spreads this out at the very beginning. They say you get it at X level, X level, X level, X level. And that's not necessarily in, well, 15, 10, and...
What are you talking about? What do they get it?
Yeah, 15, 10, and 7. I was thinking that they were off kilter from when they actually get their subclass features, but it's not. It's on par when they get their subclass features.
Oh yeah, they're only one level up, like technically one level off. 6th versus 7th, 10th and 10th, 14th and 15th. So they're literally. But again, the Rune Knight's going to continue. He's going to get one more after this, whereas the Warlock's going to be done.
Sure.
But the Warlock also got it earlier, so the Warlock stops early, but also started early. So there's that, that little feature. So I don't mind giving this one more. I think 5th edition would stop here. I think it deserves one more little capstone to carry it through the rest of the game. Nothing that's like uber powerful, but I still think, so I was also thinking about this. If we don't want this to be a direct relationship with the Rune Knight, we could limit this to you get 2 usages of your dedicated rune, and then we can add a 3rd ability that's like the big capstone.
Okay, I'm not mad at that either.
Because right now, these 2, immunity and 2 invocations, actually feels pretty standard for what 5th edition would give it. I want to give it more, but I think that would feel overpowered. So if we limited it to you get 2 of your dedicated, but then a big capstone at the end, I think that would round this out really well.
I like that. I think it would be cool to...
I don't even mind giving it 3 invocations of your dedication. If we feel, because again, remember, the Rune Knight gets all of theirs. All 5 get to be hit twice, but the Rune Knight, because you get a change, we gave him the opportunity. Well, no, you don't get to change your dedication, but the fact that
we thought about that, but we
so yeah, I don't mind giving it 2 or 3 of only its dedication.
I like 3 if we're gonna do just one. And I kind of like the idea of
one good, just like this is where you want it to imagine, like, what is the giant helping, like, you know what I mean? Like, we haven't really done anything giant yet. This has all just been based on the runes.
How do you feel about, there have been other warlocks that have done something similar where you can almost summon a vestige of your patron. Imagine if you like bring a giant out onto the battlefield to come fight with you or something like that. Like, it would require us like pulling a stat block or something like that, because we've got stat blocks for the Banshee, we got stat blocks for like other different things for their capstone feature. And theoretically, let me look at the spell list, because you get certain summoning spells. Summon Fae, 3rd level. Summon Lesser Demons, 3rd level. I'm thinking like it's not crazy outrageous to summon a creature. Summon Construct, only a 4th level spell.
Yeah. It doesn't. it feels a little outside of what we've been doing. So you know
that's
what I mean?
very
Like, it's a
true.
little
That's very true.
outside.
But again, this is, even though everything we're doing is like rune based, because we're a warlock,
you still have a patron. You still have something.
We're here with our patron. So that's the only reason I'm thinking that. I was almost thinking about calling it Giant's Blessing, like this last ability.
Because I almost thought about too, like, I feel like it's too late to start buffing the party. Like, I thought about what if you could like give party members your damage resistance, but I feel like it's too late for that. Like, you know what I mean? For a capstone to suddenly turn buffy,
Sure,
is
yeah.
not really like what I'm thinking. I'm thinking at
Agreed.
this point we kind of have to stick with the idea that we're intertwining our magic with these runes. You know, I do like the idea of being able to call upon your deity, but again, giants are just like, there's not a lot to work with in terms of like what would a giant do. I was almost trying to think of like gigantic ruin, where can you basically like overpower one of these abilities, like, you know, as if being cast by a giant, you know what I mean? Like at its full, like these are only what we can do because we're not giants, but can you imagine what a giant would do with these runes, right? But I don't know how that would actually like manifest for a warlock.
I'm almost thinking something like Giant Vestige, where like you count as size, like you don't necessarily grow or anything, but you count as size large or count as size huge for the purposes of, hey, they can't grapple something that's huge or something like that, as well as like increasing like standard damage for things.
What if like Giant Vestige, right? Okay. So Giant Vestige. You embody your patron. What did you say at the very beginning of that? You said like, you had a good word for it. But yeah, like the vestige where you embody your patron for 1 minute, because that's what it seems. Yeah,
I like that.
1 minute, you while you don't change for 1 minute, you act as size huge. You take on the stat block of your dedicated giant. So if you chose Frost Giant, you take on this everything. You just take on their stat block straight out. And what if we said that this is probably
that would, because I feel like if you're gonna do that, you're gonna want to make every giant stat block equal, because they're different CRs. Some are clearly more powerful than others.
Gotcha. Okay, so maybe just you're size giant. Maybe you could just take like you know, like just like a bump into certain stats for temporarily. Like you can just, you know, just give yourself like 20s or something if you don't already have them. Or just give yourself like a +4 up to 22 in like 2 or 3 stats. Just temporarily for the 1 minute.
Maybe in your physical stats.
Yeah, so you act as size large, strength, dexterity, and constitution increase by 4 up to 22 for the 1 minute. And I'm wondering if we should just either the warlock spells or the runes do like double damage, or double the rune, all the runes abilities for like that activate something like, you know what I'm just trying to think of, like you basically become the essence of your patron, and your patron's usage of these runes are far beyond what you can do, right? So I'm trying to think of when you become this vestige, not only are you huge, not only do you have these increased stats, but now using the runes, you are using it to their full potential. That's what I'm thinking this should do.
I definitely like that. I feel like it would be important for us to articulate what that doubling looks like for each one of the runes.
Because we'll have yeah, because each one doesn't really do damage specifically. and doubling time frames and distances doesn't always work. Oh, what about this? So for 1 minute, you act as size huge. You gain strength, dex, and constitution of 4 up to 22 for the duration. And for the duration, you expend no usages of your runes. Like you don't invoke your runes to use them. So as in for 1 minute, your runes are fucking on blast. If you have a rune that goes on a bonus action, every round, bonus action. If you have a rune that goes on a reaction, bonus action, reaction. You can basically, for 1 minute, just flood the battlefield with your runes while you're in this vestige. Then you go back to normal. But that would be kind of dope because...
I would say if you get that, then it should be more than once a long rest. It should be, you should be able to use it less than once a long rest, as in you should take like a couple of days or maybe a week to recharge or something like that. Because being able to...
Because 1 minute is a long time.
Spam all of your things, one combat a day, just basically having unlimited number of these runic usages for one combat a day, that's powerful.
But while it's unlimited, they all use either a bonus action or a reaction.
Like they're still using action economy, yes.
So it's not like you can.
But doing them every single turn in an entire combat, like depending on which rune you're talking about.
I don't mind being again. It just depends on how time frame works. Because honestly, like the hard part is some games don't rely on time frames as much as like the rests. So it is kind of hard to like judge it on how many rests it should be, because it's like if you do it on time frame, it's very hard to like not let, it depends on who controls the time, right? Does the DM really control how often things happen, or do the players be like, well, I'm just gonna wait a week and then we'll go to the next fight? Like, so that's my only caution.
I mean, on if you're literally saying I'm gonna wait a week, like I as a DM would be fine with that. Like, yeah, you want to like go back to town, hang out, like do whatever you got to do for a week until you could use this ability again before you like.
I don't mind time ones, but I don't think 5th edition works with that.
I do agree. Like it's harder, but there are even some spells that say you can't cast this again for like a month or something like that.
What if, I know this is a little bit out of 5th edition's concepts, but what if it was a percentage chance to get it back at a long rest, guaranteed after 3? So like you have a 25% chance every long rest to get this ability back, but you're guaranteed.
But if you get it, but if you don't get it back by the third one,
by the third long rest, you guarantee to get it back. So it resets at every third long rest, but 25% chance per long rest to reset.
I'm not mad at that. Like I feel like it's very akin to like creature abilities that come back on a 5 or a 6.
Yeah,
like imagine
exactly.
you
that's kind of what I was thinking of. Is it's I mean, or what if you got it? Well, you don't want to do a bit in the same combat. You wouldn't want them to be able to get it back.
Not in the same combat, but like every long rest. Yeah, I'm not.
So how about we said, okay, so we get the immunity, we get the. So should we just remove the 3 usage of the dedicated and then just do the visage? Just get the immunity and then the ability to do the visage, and just remove the I get to use my dedicated 3 times. Because this is giving you an unlimited amount of times for all of them for 1 minute.
Because both of them are on there, I feel like if this is the one we go with, then that one would feel less useful. So yeah. I agree.
And it makes it easier. No, we want the immunity because that just makes sense, right? And then we're gonna say that I don't know how we're gonna write like the recycle, right? But we're basically gonna say once every 3 long rests, or 25% chance per long rest, you can take the form of your patron. You act as size huge, +4 strength dex con for the duration, up to 22. And you do not burn you do not invoke runes when using them. So you don't use, because it says when you
don't expend them. Yeah,
you don't expend a usage of the runes for the duration.
What were the 3 things? Act as size huge, don't expend.
So active size huge. Your strength, dex, and con go up by 4 to a max of 22. Because I feel like that's the giant part, right? The max 22. And you don't expend your runic usages. That doesn't sound bad. Like, it sounds powerful, but it also sounds like, because you also think about, you're getting this at level 14, but that's the whole thing. This is your last capstone. So I think it's deserving that you get to do something really fucking cool, but you don't get it back every time. Like you said, at level 14, like maybe at level 20, you could call this like spammable, but otherwise I think at level 14, yeah, it should be a little bit harder to get. And every 3, I don't think it's too bad. You know what I mean? I think 3 rests is pretty good.
I agree.
How would that be? Is that an action to activate that? Or is that still a bonus action?
I would say
basically it's the question of, when I activate this, should I also be able to activate one of my runes at the same time? Do I do a bonus action, and then when I turn into it, do I get a still burn, or is it just one action to turn into this thing and I have to wait to start burning my
I feel like this is like you're going Super Saiyan. This is an action. Like you're doing something.
Oh, I like that. I think that that's actually pretty fucking dope. That kind of falls in line a little bit, because I mean, maybe the only thing that really doesn't fall in line is getting the strength, dex, and constitution as a warlock. You know what I mean? Like, but that would help, like you said, like it would help Pact of the Pact of the Blade or the Hex Blade.
Mm-hmm.
The constitution just helps anybody. You know what I mean?
Anybody's trying to concentrate on something,
right? So yeah, I feel like those could be pretty good. Yeah, again, and that's very feels much more like a warlock, and how they would, again, the Rune Knight just learned how to use the runes. The warlock made a deal with those who understood the runes. Like, he's actually working with the runes, right? Like, there's an essence behind it.
Yeah.
I like that. I don't think we need specialty spells for this. I think the runes are enough. I think we could add maybe a rune or two, but I don't really think we need to do much with the spells, unless we want to say that you can have access to spells under the rune of your choice. Like if the giant has spells.
I like the idea, because again, not all of them have them. I like the idea of, if you choose stone, you have like meld into stone at a certain level. I think that would be cool.
Okay.
I like the idea, if you choose like wind or cloud, maybe you get like thunderstep or something like that.
Okay. If you choose the fire one, maybe you'll actually get like,
you know,
maybe something that you wouldn't normally get.
Maybe like I think a really good one, instead of fireball, scorching ray.
Oh yeah,
would be
perfect.
really cool.
Yep.
Like I think there are definitely options out there that would make a lot of sense, and maybe because
it's not so much that we'd have to recreate it, it's just more of putting together maybe a list of suggested like
exactly.
So we'll add that. Let's add that to the write-up. Let's kind of, instead of trying to detail all of those out, because it sounds like those are going to be more of like you know, like suggestions. I definitely think we should put that in the write-up though. Like, if choosing these runes, like, here's, you know, what we suggest. Fire rune, here's some things that we suggest, and then yeah, I think that would be really good, because then at that point we can also make like what each rune is truly immune of. Like, we can actually like put a list out of, if you choose, you know, cloud, you're getting acid immunity. If you're getting fire, it's fire. Frost, it's cold.
Right.
But we can do a 1-to-1 and say, here's your resistances and immunities. Here's some of the spells. We could definitely write all of that out. I think that's good. I think that's pretty solid. That feels like a very unique type of warlock. You know what I mean? It doesn't just feel like I'm just doing another spellcaster. Like, the addition of these runes is basically just like addition of magical items, right? It's free magical items in a way.
Yeah.
Which is kind of cool. Like it's getting around the need for purchasing stuff and getting new types of scrolls and everything. I mean, because warlocks already get a pretty good variety of things. I think this just adds to it.
Okay. And I even though it's a little different, I feel like having these things, because I'm going back to what your packed boon is.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I imagine, say if you have like a little quasi dragon, right? Like they're this like demonic little leathery winged thing, right? Because it's one of the special things, or an imp.
Yeah.
Like these runes are like appearing on like the back of this imp, you know?
Oh yeah.
And like whatever it is that you're doing as a spellcaster, however it is you're incorporating this imp with like your gameplay and how you do things as a warlock, like this is how your specific magic is like manifesting out of, like, whether it's your tome or whether it's your blade, you know, whatever. It's the runes are lighting up in your blade, or like you open your tome and like these runes.
Well, I mean, if you're talking about like the imp, right? So we talked about like having damage immunity resistance, like additional damage resistance. Imagine like that's like the idea is like you transfer some of the damage into your imp, so you damage your imp, not you. That's how you get the immunity or the damage resistance, right?
Sure.
So like there's a lot of different ways that you could really work with this to make it make sense for your build. All right, I like that. I'm really happy with that build. I think that's another success.
Do you have a name for that last feature?
Did you like Giant Visage?
I was gonna think that was gonna be specifically for that activated ability will be called Giant's Visage, but like the whole feature might have its own name. I said something about,
I thought Giant's Visage because again you're immune to that ability, like you're basically embodying. Or runic embodiment. Or you know,
I said something a while ago. Don't remember what it was, but I kind of liked it. It was something along the lines of like Giant's Gift or something like that, or
Boon of the Giant.
I kind of like that. But maybe we could just name the whole thing Giant's Visage.
I kind of think because you're embodying the giant now, basically, like you know, straight from the fact that you now have the immunity, and then as you just activate it, you just become it. Like I don't mind the whole thing, because I mean you got level 18th as the runic juggernaut, but that only activates when you get giant might, right? So you're not always a runic juggernaut.
But even in doesn't.
That's what I was saying. Like with the Rune Knight, like their things are all like, even Great Stature and Runic Juggernaut both rely on giant might, right? So they're just names for things that are additive to what happened before. But it's not always on, right? So I liked Giant Visage. I thought it sounded pretty cool. It just doesn't really align with the rest of the book. We have Pact Rune, Runic
everything else is Rune,
Runic Empowerment, and then
Giant's Visage.
And that's what I was saying, like runic embodiment, because you had alteration, empowerment, and now embodiment. You're embodying.
I'm not mad at that for like the name of the feature, and then
Giant Visage.
And then when you specifically, because you're gonna get the immunity regardless, and you're gonna activate Giant's Visage.
Let's do runic embodiment is the level 14, and then you can do Giant's Visage is the actual activated ability. How about that? That makes a lot more sense.
Runic embodiment.
If it matters, because like most of this is just chicken scratch, just so I will remember what we talked about. All right, that's actually a lot of fun though. I like this. I think the last thing we have now is what are we gonna call this damn thing? Because I think Rune Warlock is just boring. You know what I mean? But we have Rune Knight. So
I will say I just put like a temporary name in here because the majority of Warlock subclasses are named after their patron. So I called it Rune Giant.
Okay, so yeah, I guess because you're looking at what the well, I can just go over here. So the Archfey. Oh, okay, but we have Warlock the Undying. Because it's more like Warlock of the Undying, Warlock of the Undead. Like, that's
Yeah,
kind
but
of
like
their
the
titles.
Archfey is your patron, a genie is your patron, a great old one is your patron.
Right. So this would be Runic Giant is your patron.
Yes.
Like Runic Giant.
Yes.
Or Claw, you know, like Runic Colossus or something. Yeah, whatever.
Sure,
But
sure.
Runic Giant is your patron. So I guess, yeah, so Runic.
And it could be a different type, like it could be like there could be a different types of runic giants, just like there could be different types of Archfey.
Right. So,
you know.
so if it's a Runic Giant, but like this one, right? Like this one in terms of what
Fathomless?
You're called the well, because is it the Fathomless is your patron or are you the Fathomless? No, so the Fathomless is the patron.
Yeah.
Archfey, Celestial, the Undead, the Undying. So yeah, so this would just be Warlock, Runic Giant, I guess. So yeah, Runic Giant will be the name.
We got Pact Rune, Runic Alteration, Runic Empowerment, Runic Embodiment.
And Giant's suggested capstone ability. I like that. I think we have done another successful job here.
Agreed.
I know that as we go, we'll get better at displaying it. Maybe we'll, you know, get a better whiteboard or at least a third camera.
How easy would it be for, you know how you can like put stuff up?
Mm-hmm.
How easy would it be for you to put stuff up that I type?
That would be a lot harder. Because
Like, could you like have a screen that I have access to like in Discord that you like put up or something like that?
something like that. We could work a way to
Just because like that way you don't have to worry about like doing all of it yourself.
yeah. I just like doing this because it keeps me on track talking.
I totally
but
agree.
I wish this was more presentable to the chat.
Readable for everybody.
Yeah, because if you can see right now on screen, just absolutely disgusting.
It's not it
Makes sense.
like
for
looking
me.
at it in IRL, like it looks a lot better. I think see mine's just small. Hold on, if I make it bigger, oh, it's gone now.
Oh, here.
But still,
It's like, but when you look at it, it's just like there's just a lot of crap on here. It's just chicken scratch.
it makes sense.
It makes sense to us, but again, you have the write-ups. They'll be available in Discord. Link is in chat, by the way. So, yeah, no, that was a lot of fun. I like that. I think the Runic Giant Warlock is viable. Is it game breaking? Is it game changing? Is this going to be like the next big thing everybody wants to work with? No, but that's not what we're trying to do here. We're not trying to make the next big class that's going to be the next big viral movement. What we're just trying to do is make the lore make sense to how would a group of different people from different backgrounds come across this knowledge and how would they utilize it? Because I love the idea that if we can get this all done, imagine an entire party or a campaign built around everybody needing to know this kind of magic. So you have an entire party, all of them using runes, but in different ways.
Yeah.
And that's why this feels good. It feels different than the Rune Knight, but if you put them both in the same party, A, it doesn't feel like they're going to do the same thing, but B, it feels synergistic as well, right? They're both pulling off of the same things. They're both using the runes, which would be even fucking more insane as a whole party being able to proc these runes. You'd have multiple runes procking every round regardless.
That would be so freaking wild.
But then if we went out of our way to add more runes, so you could just have this plethora of options, like,
Yeah, that would be crazy.
yeah, that's the whole point of this. I'm really excited to see how much more we do. Now we get a Kage stream of him putting the Rune Giant patron into the sheets. There you go.
Hey, that's not a bad idea.
That's what Soul wants.
not a bad idea. I might actually do that tomorrow.
Right? Yeah. I might be streaming. I know Vixie's gonna be streaming tomorrow, so I might be doing some game streams. I don't know. I have no other plans.
Well, if you want to screw around with some Fortnite or some rivals, I'd fuck around with you for a little bit.
I do need to get me on some rivals more. I need to...
Soon.
All right.
Soon.
Well,
Soon.
I think that's successful. I think that is a good day. Hopefully chat enjoyed that. I know we didn't have a huge amount of viewers today, but that's fine. We are here for y'all whenever y'all want it. And we also have the VOD channel, so anybody can come in and check that out. I'm really curious what you guys think about what we did here today. Are you enjoying the series? Do you guys like subletting subclasses? Do you want to see more? How do you think that we're doing? Let us know, especially in Discord. Go join the Discord. Let us know in there. We want your feedback. Let us know in the comments if you're on YouTube. What do you want to see? What do you think that we could do better? Was there anything that we missed? Is there anything that you thought that this class could have used? Do you think we're just absolutely off our rocker and not doing enough for these classes? Do you think that we're doing too little or too much? Let us know.
I mean, we're definitely off our rocker, but I don't know if that's a bad thing.
Yeah, I mean, you know. But yeah, I want feedback because I like this series. I think that we're doing a really fun project here, but I want to know what the community at large thinks about our actual balancing. Like, are we actually creating things that work, or are we just creating things that sound cool? I want to know your all y'all's opinion. There we go. That's what I was trying to say. I also really enjoy subletting. Thank you, Soul. I think this is a really unique idea because I don't know anybody else outside of creating subclasses. I don't know anybody else specifically trying to synergize the lore and background of one subclass to the next. I think most people are just deciding that they want a subclass to do something, so they go after it. But I love this approach of why did the Rune Knight only become a knight? Like, why are only fighters learning this ability? You're telling me an artificer has never thought to go out and learn these runes to add to their artificer like tinkering? You're telling me a wizard who knows warding has never thought to go find these runes to help learn wards? Like, can you imagine that? Like imagine a warding mage who uses these. So instead of the runes going off normally, they're all like defensive ones. So like you try to open up a door and there's a ward that goes off and then you get shackled by fucking fire. Like shit like that would be so interesting, but that's not what subclasses tend to give us. They give us one viewpoint from one person's perspective on how they became this.
Right.
And that's cool and all, but I want more. And that's what we're doing. So I'm glad you all are enjoying it. I think that might be us. We went 4 hours, not as long as some of our other community streams, but hey, you know.
No, we did good. I think
it's been a good solid day of streaming. I think we got a lot done here. I think we did a really cool development. So I know that you may want to do this on stream, but how long do you expect it to take for you to get something posted for the community?
If I have a solid period of time that I can spend to work on it, I should be able to get it out to you guys for sure before next Friday's stream.
Oh wow, that's quick. Okay.
Yeah. Either I could work on it this weekend or I could work on it on Tuesday this upcoming week. But I should be able to sit down and hammer this out, because it's nice because we've done so many other homebrews that I already have a layout for like all of the things, and I just basically it's all about wording it and inserting it, right? Mm-hmm. And so I think that I'll play around with some certain things and I'll send it to you, because I'm gonna find a picture for it. I'm gonna find a nice little intro for intro description of what we've created here, kind of similar to how I did for the Echo Assassin. But I think it'll work out in the end for what we're trying to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, this is one of my favorite series that we've got. I think this will be one that I want to definitely continue on for a long time.
Okay. I like it.
Maybe this will have to be the second book. Maybe we'll have the ADMG, and then we'll have the like a whole book of like
MGS
custom
builds.
Yeah, just custom subclasses and shit like that are all just expansions. All right, y'all. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I hope that everyone's having a good start to their weekend. We will be back on our normally scheduled Monday stream, where we have what did we have coming up? I forgot. We said it yesterday.
Aesir,
yes, that's right. The sub races.
Yes.
So we will be back on Monday. Both of us may or may not be live tomorrow. Hell, I may even be live this evening if I feel so inclined, but I don't know. Maybe I won't be. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. Thank you so much for joining us with this February community stream. And then we have March community stream planned already. We'll get back to you soon on that. We have to get a poll out on what we're doing. Now that this one's over.
Oh,
And then we have to do all of that. So that'll all probably be over this week, over this next week. I'll be getting those out. But otherwise, I'm super excited.
very
What's
cool.
next in line for streams? I'm curious where one of my creatures is.
Who's this?
Soul.
Soul.
So we had the Aesir, which is from Marty.
Correct.
But do you have a plan after that, or are you still working the schedule? Which submission are you looking for, Soul? I can say exactly which creature. It's the Bracklash. I mean, if you guys have a specific one that you've submitted that you really want, you can always request that one be next.
You be next in line for yours if you want.
Yeah.
Like,
not next as in the next one we'll review.
I don't mind
but
that.
We can always, if you say, hey, I want this one to be the one that I get next, we can always bump a specific one of yours. So if you want that one to be the next one of yours that we review, we can put it up the list.
The next one that I had slotted for Soul. Where is it? Oh, it was I think it is Backlash.
Gotcha.
Or
The
Bracklash.
That's his next.
If I'm not mistaken, yes.
Sweet.
Yeah, because before that is the little competition.
That's right.
And we're gonna be doing that separately. But yeah,
that'll be happening next
that's
month.
next on the docket for you.
This weekend or next weekend, I'm gonna be working on the
Okay. Cool. Yeah, let me know if you need any
just need time, chat. That's what I need.
fair enough.
I need more time in the day.
Trust. Yeah, that is mad facts.
All right.
But we love it, dude.
Yeah, I think we're gonna cut it there. Thank you all so much for joining us. I hope you guys are having a fantastic weekend. Join us again on Monday. We might be on again tomorrow, but yeah. Otherwise, it's been fun. I've enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed it.
Most def.
Have a good rest of your day, y'all. Cheers.
Deuces, my friends.